got a Hind D versus the Swordfish. Well, Dave, you mind giving us the rundown of a Hind D since you know it pretty damn well?
So the Hind D is basically what would happen if you were a Soviet and you wanted a tank to fly. And then it was real. Because
And then it was real.
no, seriously, these things are one of the only like helicopter gunships in the world. If any of the viewers aren't familiar with the Hind D, definitely look up a picture of it, and it's likely that you've seen it before in like your average video game or action movie. They get a lot of media coverage for being a very impressive and intimidating helicopter. And personally, I feel there are more intimidating, more powerful helicopters. But for what it is and what it does, it's pretty fucking mean.
Yeah. So, you ready for me to tell you about the Swordfish 2 specifically?
Let's hear it.
So, Swordfish 2 is a remodeled mono racer. So, it's modeled after a race ship built by the company Doohan in the world of Cowboy Bebop. It has 4 Genome LS 9.3 blaster cannons. They're about medium range machine guns. 1 WDF Armory M3C Devastator. It's basically a heavy plasma cannon with a missile.
Sure.
It's 13.8 meters long by 13.3 wide and 4.8 meters tall, weighing 8.4 metric tons. Its power system was an Xo FR38 power converter. Has a fusion reactor and used a Rolls-Royce AF-15C. A bunch of other stuff. Fancy. Basically, it go fast. And it shoot pew-pews.
I feel safe saying that the Swordfish is likely faster than any modern aircraft.
Oh, yeah. The thing is now we got to compare Spike Spiegel as an Ace Combat versus Liquid Snake in Hind D. So we only have 2 real instances of Liquid Snake using Hind D, and that's when he took down the 2 F-16s at the beginning of the game, which we don't get to see. We just know he took them down, which, as I've had this conversation with you before, is nigh impossible.
Yeah.
It's not impossible necessarily, it's just highly improbable.
I don't even know what that looks like. Like a helicopter defeating 2 jets.
2 like fighter jets back in like 2005. So those in 2005, I think it's safe to say an F-16 is probably like pretty up there in like rankings of fighter jets.
Oh yeah, no, it was definitely like not the cutting edge of like military hardware, because that's when like,
it was damn good.
The F-35 and the F-22, but it was fucking up there.
I think it's safe to say that Liquid is no stranger to having his aircraft outmatched.
Yeah. And Spike, he doesn't use the Swordfish for aerial combat a lot, as he does mostly just flying around.
Yeah, he doesn't usually have to, because usually all the fighting happens on the ground.
Sure.
But occasionally he does, and he's used the Swordfish too for over 10 years.
Yeah, the Swordfish has always been his like go-to ship. I can't think of anything Spike has done aerial combat-wise in the Swordfish that would be comparable to what Liquid Snake does. But in terms of, he's not a terrible pilot by any sense. Usually the main problems that Spike runs into is maintenance.
Yeah. I'd say he's a pretty great
doesn't
pilot when the Swordfish is running optimally.
Due to his money situation, that's not
I
often.
wouldn't say he's like the complete and total badass that Liquid would have to be to pull off the feats that he has been ascribed, but
At the same time, I would argue that, well, because this thing has a composite reinforced titanium hull and armory shields. Like, this has sci-fi levels of protection, and the Hind D does not. I think that due to speed and armory alone, Spike's gonna have the upper hand.
So this,
Even though I would say
probably,
that Liquid Snake would be the better pilot, but due to limitations of technology, I think Spike would end up winning.
okay, I agree with you. However, for the sake of the rest of the tournament, because I feel like a lot of these are going to get eliminated for not having shields, so to say.
Yeah, but
And I
if you
feel
want to compare specifically combat abilities, I would say Liquid Snake would probably have the upper hand. If we were to remove, like, I'll leave you with that. I think Liquid Snake is the better pilot and combat, ace combat person, aerial combat person, but Spike
sure.
is the weapons.
Well, yes, and that's kind of what I'm getting on is even if Spike didn't have his shields, this aircraft looks fast enough
yeah.
that even whatever because you can always do the SR-71 method of evading missiles, which is just where you're faster than the missiles.
This thing is supposed to be crazy fast. We don't have exact speed
Yeah.
data on it, but
Sure.
it's noted for being one of the fastest ships in the like series.
Does it regularly leave atmosphere under its own power?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say regularly leave atmosphere power. It can, but
Okay.
generally they don't because usually they have like one big ship.
Yeah.
It can leave atmosphere, but it's not really meant to be your go-to because of the gas mileage, gas or the, before it needs to be refueled. But it can, but we don't see it doing it very often because it's not
Yeah, they'd rather take off in the whole bebop,
efficient.
but
Yeah.
No, I get that, but what I'm more coming from is the angle
it can reach
of
escape velocity, yes.
okay, yeah, because if it can reach escape velocity, then you can outrun anything the Hind can fucking shoot.
Exactly.
And yeah, even without the armor, even with it having some potential maintenance issues of it not performing at peak, but it has been established we do take these aircraft at their peak. I'm still gonna have to give it to Spike and agree with you.
Are you okay with that, Aaron?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I do want to know, in addition to some verse equalization, where we're comparing like really disparate technology, we're gonna give people some leeway there. I also want to state the rule that we came up with that if you leave your vehicle, that counts as a loss, and if
Yes.
your vehicle transforms,
Sorry.
if your vehicle transforms, it can't transform out of its aircraft mode for the purposes of this tournament.
Yeah. Alrighty. The Eddie Youkav versus Crash Bandicoot in his biplane. Eddie is yours, Dave, so go ahead and tell us about it.
Sure enough. So Stealth is a movie from 2005.
Mhm.
For anyone that hasn't seen it, you're not missing much. But basically, it's an artificial intelligence unmanned combat air vehicle, or UCAV. And it is, if I recall correctly, it's both a VTOL and a stealth fighter. But basically, it was a stealth fighter that was designed to do rogue missions, and the AI ends up, I guess, kind of becoming self-aware and being tasked with protecting humanity. It has an error in its judgment where it decides the best way to do this is to get rid of it. Usual hot girl shit. But yeah, this thing is fucking fast, And let's see if I can get any kind of hard data on it. I think we already know like where this competition is going. Yeah, I would be shocked if this
Okay, so Crash in his biplane from Crash Bandicoot 3, which was made in like what, 99? 2001 maybe? No, I think it was 99. Yeah, it was 99. It is a biplane with a piddly ass gun, and it shoots down zeppelins, balloons, and other fighter planes. It's the same class.
Yep.
Yeah, I see no which way Crash can outspeed or outshoot this thing.
Is Crash carrying any equipment that might give him an edge because he's like Crash and he can like do cartoon logic?
If you want to count his bazooka, he does technically have a bazooka that shoots fruit.
I mean, that might be helpful, but I don't think that's gonna save him.
The fruit move at like 2 feet per second, you know. Yeah, I wanted Crash in this mainly because I wanted Crash to finally be in one of our tournaments, but I think Crash lost. So this one is pretty interesting.
Tails versus
Starscream.
So who's gonna find out what the tornado can actually do in combat?
Okay, so we're taking the tornado that doesn't transform because it can transform, but it is often shown as a biplane as well, much like Crash Bandicoot.
Right.
Trying to get to its features and abilities. Okay, the tornado's top speed is 450 kilometers per hour, but with custom booster engine tuned by Tails, it can exceed the speed of sound. The tornado can also be fitted with a grappling tether to pull larger objects behind it. The tornado was outfitted with homing missiles and a machine gun. The tornado can also perform a maneuver named the Tornado Boost, where it spins horizontally while boosting through obstacles. Wingspan is 5.7 meters, length is 3.7 meters, height is 2.1 meters. Primary engine is sci-fi bullshit. Armament specifically is a 7.7 millimeter machine gun and homing missiles, in parentheses, lots of them. So go ahead. That's all that the tornado can do. So if someone want to go through Starscream, because I did not do research on Starscream.
Starscream is my boy, so I will rep the Starscream. Starscream is a Cybertronian Decepticon with the ability to transform into a aerial vehicle. In this case, he has scanned what appears to be a F-16 or one of its variants. Kodiak identified it as the F-16
E/F.
Yeah,
E/F Block 60.
It's worth mentioning, I also found several other variants, including the notable F-22 Raptor, the F-15 Eagle, and several other variants of Starscream.
Anyway. But for this specific one, we're taking the E/F Block 60.
Yeah.
Correct.
This thing goes speeds in excess of Mach 2, which I believe is twice the speed of sound.
Correct.
So he already is faster by a pretty significant margin.
Yeah, yes.
Assuming he has the armament of the actual gun, the actual plane, they've got like Gatling guns on there, like a 20 millimeter Vulcan Gatling gun. At least two different missile rails that can mount all sorts of missiles, rockets.
Weapon racks.
Yeah.
Not to cut you
I
off.
heard
I'm
Dave's
looking-
blood pressure rising from that.
I'm looking at a Wikipedia here. So if you have more in-depth or more correct information, please.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, what they're called weapon racks, but otherwise, I'm going through like a list of all of the aircraft that Starscream has ever been featured as.
Mm-hmm.
And noteworthy on here, as in his Devastator format, he was an A-10 Warthog.
Oh no.
So that's a thing.
Okay. So
Oh.
it sounds like Tails is coming up a little short on this one, but they're
Yeah.
actually decently close in judging from like the rest of this list, they're actually decently close in specs. Like closer than probably a lot of the matches we're gonna get. Especially judging from our last two. I guess the real question is who's the better pilot then?
I
'Cause
think
Tails does get shot down occasionally.
you would be hard-pressed to find a Transformer that is a better aerial fighter than this version of Starscream.
Yeah. Well, I would argue the F-22 version, but I hear you.
So Dave, because I'm starting to kind of lean towards Starscream. What are your thoughts?
I was with Starscream from the get-go. Sorry.
Alrighty.
Sorry, buddy.
I have a highlights reel we can watch later.
I need to grab
when
one
it's
thing. I will be right back. You two keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a highlight reel we can watch when we get a matchup with Starscream that's less clear cut. And I'm going to briefly mention that he does, even in jet form, seem to have capabilities beyond the jet he's transformed into.
Right.
Because he has... he seems to be able to take off just at will. No, like, run up. He just turns into the jet and he goes.
Right, so virtual VTOL.
Then, he's also been seen flying around in space.
Yeah, I think for the most part for this one we're sticking to atmosphere, but
Yeah.
it is.
I'm just saying that he obviously has functions that a real jet doesn't have, indicated by the space flight.
Sure.
It's less important that he be able to fly in space for the sake of it. It's just the supporting evidence.
Sorry about that, boys. Noodles were too hot. Needed some milk.
It happens. It is definitely worth kind of adding that a lot of aircraft can fly in like the upper atmosphere, right? Like a lot of the times the reason there is an altitude restriction on certain aircraft is just because if you get high enough, then your engines don't have any oxygen.
Yeah.
And that's kind of your limiting factor.
So whatever he uses to fly,
Alrighty.
it doesn't have that restriction. Okay. Who's up next?
Okay, I just looked up Camille Biden.
We got-
Memes are fucking awful.
Oh God. So we got Stephen Hiller from Independence Day versus the Zeta Gundam.
So wait, why did we pick the Zeta Gundam again?
Because it can turn into a jet.
Yeah, this one was Aaron's Gundam pick, and I hope I forgot to do research on this one. So Aaron, I hope you can run us through the Zeta.
I have notes on this one, yes.
Okay, because
But,
I do not remember Stephen Hiller. I haven't seen Independence Day in so fucking long.
He's Will Smith's character, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Why don't you run us through his plane there, Kodiak?
So the FA-18 Hornet is the kind of first generation of the F-18 series. So F/A for fighter/attack. Um, so it's kind of a multi-role, able to attack both air and ground targets. Kind of your multi-purpose jet, so to say. Dual engine, pretty fucking quick, all things considered. They have, for my understanding, for the most part, been replaced by the FA-18 F Super Hornet now. But there are, I think, a couple just regular Hornets still flying around.
All right.
Um, yeah, and generally for the setting of Independence Day, about the most advanced aircraft you could have sent against the alien invaders.
Fair enough. I kind of like this setup where we talk about both planes first and then both pilots.
Yep.
Okay.
So Camille flies the Zeta Gundam, which he designed himself. It has state of the art for its time transforming capabilities, allowing it to transform into the Wave Rider, which is a jet shaped spacecraft. And it will be locked in that form for the purposes of this battle, of course.
Right.
Uh,
Do you know if he has access to all of his armaments while in this form?
he has access to most of his most powerful ones, but he does lose access to a lot of them. That's kind of the trade-off.
Okay. A 60 millimeter Vulcan gun?
Yeah, those are the head-mounted Vulcans, so he can't use those.
Oh, he can't use those.
Yeah, those are only in the Gundam form. So
and I am reminded every day of just how fucking massive Gundam are.
its overall length in Wave Rider form is 24 meters, and it has an 18-meter wingspan. Uh,
So it's pretty big. Pretty big.
Max weight 62.3 metric tons.
yep. Then its primary weapons in Wave Rider form are the XBR M87A2 beam rifle, which is a beam weapon mounted on the top of the Wave Rider. It has a power output of 5.7 megawatts, which is nearly 3 times the RX-78 Gundam's beam rifle's 1.8 megawatts. And the Gundam's beam rifle is noted to be able to take out battleships in a single shot. So it's theoretically 3 times as powerful.
Jesus Christ.
Then on top of that, it has a pair of beam sabers, which become small beam guns in the Wave Rider form, which have a output of 1.3 megawatts, so a little bit weaker than the original Gundam's rifle, but like the equivalent of like beam like anti small
Material
shit
rounds.
guns, yeah, as opposed to like the huge one. And then it has the FXA-03M2 Hyper Mega Launcher, which is a beam weapon with a power output of 8.3 megawatts. And finally, the shield of the Zeta Gundam becomes the nose of the Wave Rider, which gives it extra durability when it rams into shit. So in a pinch, it could just like slam into something.
I'm
Alrighty.
just laughing at the idea of this giant ship just ramming headfirst into this FA-18 Hornet.
Uh,
This is giant, just.
I wasn't able to get anything too concrete on speed. The only thing I could get was it has 1.81 Gs of acceleration, but I'm not sure if that's in the Wave Rider form or in the Gundam form, and I'm not sure.
If you want to explain that to
Yeah,
us,
I
it
don't know
seems
what
like
that
you
means
understand.
exactly.
Okay, so it's a lot, right? But basically, so when you are think of like a roller coaster, right?
Uh-huh.
And 1G is 9.8 meters per second squared. So your average roller coaster, I think, has anywhere from like 1 to 3 Gs
Oh,
for some of your more intense ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
right.
Um, a lot of fighter aircraft have, I think, yeah, in that range of like 1.7, 1.9 Gs of acceleration.
Mhm.
So basically, the way to think about it is if you kick on the afterburners, you have twice your effective weight pushed on your chest, which is why a lot of pilots you see wearing these like compression suits
Mm-hmm.
and flight suits,
Right.
is because without them, they literally wouldn't be able to breathe.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So fast as fuck, boy. But yeah, it's not. It's a good measure for how quickly it can get to speed. So good for like torque. But as far as top speed, it's not a good measure there.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
able to find like a top speed or anything like that, unfortunately.
Right.
Uh, and again, I don't know if that's the jet form or if that's the Gundam form, because other
Ooh,
Gundam have similar speed
measurements.
stats. Yeah.
Interesting. Um, we'll assume in atmosphere flight probably, I'd say around Mach 2. Like that's still pretty fucking quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for how big it is, I'd wager.
Yeah. I mean the wingspan you said was what, 18 meters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
Almost
wingspan,
19.
yeah,
Almost
so the
19.
wingspan of the F-18 is 11 from what I was reading here. So
They're
it's not
actually fairly similar in size, aren't they?
it's big, but it's not
Yeah.
that
It's a
big.
pretty big plane, but it's not like outrageously huge.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm looking at the Garuda class here that's just kind of off to the side of my screenshots, and that thing looks fucking awesome. Like, I could see fighting this in Ace Combat. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have fought this in Ace Combat.
And then a final note is it's got a biosensor, which is the newer version of the SciComm system that allows a new type pilot to direct the machine with thought impulse.
Ah,
Oh,
And
Jesus.
Camille is obviously a new type, so we'll get to that in a minute. Who wants to talk about uh, Stephen Heller?
um,
I'm leaving that up to you, Dave. It's been too long.
yeah, kind of your not rookie pilot necessarily, but like your rogue gunner, your maverick. That's the word I'm looking
Yeah,
for. Just kind of, to hell with your orders and does his thing. Still gets shot down anyway. Um,
he
does punch an alien and drag it
yeah.
back to Area 51. So that's
To be
pretty cool.
absolutely fair to him, pretty much everyone gets shot down, and he at least manages to take an alien down with him.
With him, right?
But this is actually a really good example of why we have some verse equalization in this tournament, because the aliens were basically invincible until they found a way around their shields, and
Exactly.
we don't want that to be the case with the tournament.
Sure. Um,
Uh, that actually
but yeah,
reminds me that I
let's hear it.
forgot the durability stuff for the Gundam, but I don't think that will be necessary.
Maybe not.
Uh, Camille, uh, is a 17-year-old new type. New types being a new type of person created by space. Living in space caused humans to adapt and gain new abilities, including uh, empathic abilities to sense hostility, allowing them to react before their opponent does anything, because they can sense what they're gonna do before they do it.
Is there like a proximity to that?
In theory, it's not
Okay.
In theory.
it's not well defined exactly how it works, because it's kind of mysterious even in Gundam. But
Sure.
you would assume so, yes.
Okay, I just like if she can like read someone's like feelings on the other side of the planet, then that
Oh,
strikes me as a bit bullshit.
uh, not unless they're also a new type.
Got it.
Uh, he can also communicate telepathically, and he, in a very dire situation, was able to boost uh, the performance of his machine by using the spirits of his slain friends by summoning them with his empathic new type powers.
Huh. I wonder how that would be classified in the Geneva Convention.
I, I don't know. I don't think they
The
have
Geneva
a
Convention's more of a Geneva suggestion.
Geneva suggestion. Okay. So who wants to weigh in here?
Well, I feel like both planes move at relatively around the same speeds. If I had to give a guess from what I understand, I feel like the Zeta Gundam may have a little bit more defense than an FA-18.
Yeah, the Luna
Um,
titanium
and the
armor
arm,
is gonna be a lot tougher than
yeah,
anything we have today. Uh, even with some verse equalization, I think it's gonna give him an edge.
yeah. Um, I mean, Camille has the ability to control his plane with his thoughts, so there's no delay between hand movement and thought process, like what Stephen Hiller's gonna have. So innately, just by control alone, Camille has an edge there too.
Right.
Just being able to respond quicker to things around him. Um, kind of leaning towards Camille mostly for that reason. I feel like Camille would have better control and be able to maneuver faster. Um,
So
and I
what
feel like the
kind of
guns might be around, like a little bit above what the F-18 has to provide, is what I'm gathering.
Mm.
sure. What kind of countermeasures does the Zeta have? Do we know?
As far as what?
Like so a countermeasure like chaff or
Yeah.
Oh,
flares, something that shoots off
I
to like
I
dissuade an
don't
enemy.
think we know.
Okay.
Uh,
Because
In that
any
case, I'm gonna say
they
probably nothing, judging from what I know of the
they don't
Gundam
really
universe.
use those in the Gundam universe.
It's
Uh,
more of
right.
just tough it out.
So this is kind of my trick where like you get a good hit on the engines with a missile. Um, your Zeta's gonna start doing its thing. I'm assuming that we're not letting uh Zeta or sorry, Camille bring in his like deceased friends to aid him in this
I
combat. Um,
mean, technically, no.
but the other side of it is that I can't really think what kind of countermeasures that an F-18 would have against beam weaponry, if
Yeah,
any.
theoretically,
Well,
anything beam based should cut through any defenses an F-18 has. And I'm
Right.
pretty sure if he gets even a glancing blow with any of these, he will go down.
The other thing is like things with like using lasers or light as weapon is that it generally tends to move at relative speeds to that of it which it is composed of.
The beam weapons from Gundam are not laser based.
They're not?
They're
Okay.
charged particles.
Okay.
So less light diffraction in atmosphere, so they would be not none, but less. Because if they were light based, then an argument could be made for their effectiveness at range within atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a straight one-on-one, both pilots know about each other sort of dogfight, I'm gonna have to lean towards Zeta. I think it's advanced enough that it can take this.
Yeah.
I'd argue it's close, but I think Zeta has just enough edge to pull ahead.
Sure.
You okay with that, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think these are both yours, Dave. I know nothing about neither of these look familiar.
I didn't realize these would get
Paired together.
paired together. So Razor and T-Bone are two Anthro Cat pilots and gunners for the Turbo Cat, which is, as far as we can tell, a 3-engined F-14 Tomcat, which is hilarious. But yeah, it is a transforming VTOL. Full disclosure, I did not actually watch that many episodes of SWAT Cats, but I remember really liking it as a kid, what I did see.
Fair enough.
That being said, Joseph Sullivan in a P40 Warhawk from Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. So the P40 Warhawk is a fascinating kind of just general purpose fighter plane from the Second World War. So they actually saw action before the United States even joined the war. China was trying to defend itself against the Japanese Empire and needed aid from the Americas. And what America sent over was a squadron of P40 Warhawks, and they did shockingly well against the Japanese Zeros and Kitty Hawks, or not Kitty Hawks, Kates, and other Japanese bomber aircraft, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That being said, a P40 Warhawk, so far as I know, has never gone in a air-to-air combat against an F-14 Tomcat with 2 engines, let alone one with 3. I'm gonna have to lean towards the Turbo Cat on this one without really even getting into either of the pilots. Like that, there's nothing. I don't think
You think it's a clear straight away?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I think the Turbo Cat is gonna knock him out of the sky before Joseph knows what the fuck is going on.
Alrighty. You're
as
the one that
the
knows about this, so it's on you.
as
Yep.
one of the oldest planes in the list, it was going to be a pretty tall order for him from the beginning.
True, although I would argue the biplanes.
Oh
from
yeah,
earlier
one of the
definitely
oldest is the primary
yes.
word there.
We have 3 biplanes in this, by the way. No, 4 technically if you count Tails as souped up biplane.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so we have Alex Rogan,
This
Gunstar
one's
1
the
from the
two of
last
you.
Starfighter. Alright, Dave, tell me about the Gunstar 1 and Alex Rogan, and I'll tell you about the bat plane.
So this is gonna be fun because I have never seen the last Starfighter.
Nice.
Oh, great.
I threw it in as a recommendation because I was praying either of you had seen it.
Hmm.
Okay, let's pull up the wiki.
I focused on the bat plane, sorry.
Justice, you're good. So
Yeah.
it is a. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I always prioritize the people that I suggest specifically to avoid this situation.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm just saying I don't know anything about this either. Because
What I do know.
I put all mine into like Starscream and shit.
Gotcha. So I've pulled up the Wikipedia. So the Gunstar 1 has 3 forward-firing laser guns, 2 fuselage-mounted turrets, 1 ventral turret, 2 aft rearward-firing laser gun turrets, photon bolts, particle beams, and something called the Death Blossom. Let's look at the Death Blossom. What does it do? Deliver 1 massive volley of laser blasts and photon bolts at close range as the ship was propelled into a rapid spin in all directions. Oh, it literally just shoots at fucking everything. Okay, it's kind of a last ditch thing because once you used it, the ship would drift with only life support power still active.
Okay.
So it is absolutely a last ditch kind of laser weapon. But yeah, basically, from my understanding, built for space combat, with a recruitment program, getting kids out of out of arcades during the 80s, which I don't know if that's a particularly useful recruitment program. That being said, it seems to have done well for them having this guy fly the Gunstar 1. Yeah, it seems like it can shoot fucking everywhere and everything, is the kind of vibe I'm getting.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic wise, I don't know how well this thing would do in atmosphere or if it even can fly in atmosphere, because it does clarify that it's only a space fighter.
That's one thing we'll mention. We're just gonna assume that they have the same capabilities in and out of atmosphere, just so that like the like biplanes and jets don't get fucked by being put in space, and like
Right.
the spacecraft that aren't designed, they're only designed for the vacuum of space, don't like suffer because of that as well.
Okay.
Alrighty. So the Batplane. So the one I'm specifically kind of going off of is the Batplane 2, which is kind of like a mixture of an F9 F Cougar and a McDonald F101. Some of the technical specs are it's about 14.5 foot tall. These are on feet, so this is where I got my research from. So don't crucify me for not using meters, Dave. Length is 57.7 feet. Wingspan 47.6. The altitude ceiling is 60,000 feet. Maximum speed is 4,400 feet.
Wait, that's it?
Yeah. This isn't. You got to remember. You guys were like, no, Batplane, it'll be too broken, and I was like, no, this thing's actually not that strong.
All right, huh?
But basically, crap. Hang on.
Are you 100% sure it's 4,000?
4,400. I just double checked.
Huh. So literally a tenth of like what regular fighter jets can do.
Old comics, and it sounds fast to children. So, it can technically transform into a helicopter and a submarine, but we're keeping it in its jet form.
It's probably the most useful for this battle, anyways.
Oh yeah, it has a vacuum blanket to kind of trying to think how to explain comic book bullshit. Basically, it's like an EMP, but also I remove all the air around you, so you drop. And it has a radio frequency disruptor. And it has a machine gun. And magnesium bat beam.
Okay, wait a minute.
That's it.
What the fuck is a magnesium bat beam?
It's it's pretty much the same thing as the vacuum blanket, but they just renamed it to the magnesium
Oh,
beam. So
okay.
instead of which I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about, because it'd probably be easier just to take the magnesium bat beam, because it's supposed to be like a EMP beam to disrupt planes, instead of trying to say, oh, he creates a literal vacuum in the air to prevent the plane from fucking moving.
Fair enough.
Because comic books and making sense back in fucking what? When was the first appearance for that thing? Hang on. 1940.
Wow.
Yeah, 1940. 4,400 miles per hour was deemed as fast. But let's see how the bat plane is gonna pull this one off. Personally, as I'm going about it, because well, for fun, Batman, as we know, is a great pilot because he's fucking Batman. But at the same time, when he's outgunned in speed and power, I don't think there's much you can fucking do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
But
to lean. Sorry, I'm gonna have to lean towards the Gunstar on this one.
Yeah.
yeah, for funsies, do you mind telling us a bit about the Grumman F9 Cougar and the McDonnell F101, if you know about them?
Grumman F9. Oh, Grumman.
Oh, Grumman.
Yeah, this thing. Okay, yeah.
Because from what I can see, the F101 and the Grumman are basically this look. They look identical.
So if I recall on the F9, it's basically a training aircraft. And then what was the other one? Sorry, the
The McDonnell F101 Voodoo.
101. Huh. So wait, this thing first showed
Nice
up.
cock.
Sure. This thing first showed up in 1940. You said.
That was the Batplane 1. Batplane 2,
Oh,
I didn't get an exact date of appearance.
got it. Okay, so I
I would
actually, yeah,
assume somewhere, because Batman's been around for a really long time. But I would probably say it's probably safe to say Batplane 2 came around maybe around the 60s, 70s, maybe in the 50s. I don't know.
gotcha. Let's
I would
see.
probably say late 50s, early 60s, judging by when both the Voodoo and the Cougar were made, or first flight dates.
Yeah, so the Voodoo first flight was 1954. It entered service in 1957, according to this, in both the United States and the Canadian Air Forces. But let's see here. Lots of variants. That's, I guess, not that.
The specific one is McDonnell F101B Voodoo. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah. So maximum speed 1,134 miles per hour, or 1,825 kilometers an hour, to an altitude of 35,000 feet. So a max speed of Mach 1.72.
Wait, I thought you said 4,400 miles per hour. Wasn't that great?
No, 4,400 feet, you said, was the service ceiling. That's how high it can go, was what you were saying. No, 4,400 miles per hour is insanely fast. It's well over, I think, that'd be like Mach 5.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. Hang on.
Now that we're on the same page about it, yeah, that actually is pretty fast. That's a hypersonic speed, I think.
Yes. No, that's well over hypersonic.
Yeah, maximum speed 4,400 miles per hour. Altitude ceiling is 60,000 feet.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
Sorry.
You good. So hang on. SR 71 Blackbird speed. You're telling me this Batplane is literally twice as fast as the fucking SR-71 Blackbird?
Are you telling me that this Batplane is? Because here's the
Twice.
thing: if Batman has the speed and the aerial combat abilities, which I'm leaning towards Batman's aerial combat abilities because it's fucking Batman, but all he has that can really do any damage is a fucking machine gun.
Right, but even so, Batman doesn't kill. So
He's
Well,
just gonna
uh,
take down the ship. It does. I got no specifications on the machine gun. I couldn't find anything. So unless it's something we can take from the F9 or the F101,
well, if we take it from the F101 that I have the most thing here for, interesting. The F101 did not have any machine guns.
see the F101B was stripped of 4 M39 cannons and carried 4 AIM-4 Falcon air-to-missiles instead.
Let's see.
So could we take the M39 cannons?
On the flight, I want the fucking. Give me the Wikipedia. There we go.
20mm caliber single-barreled revolver cannon is what I'm seeing.
Single barrel revolver cannon?
That's what Wikipedia says.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
The M39 cannon is a 20mm caliber single-barreled revolver cannon. For United States Air Force in the late 1940s, was used on a number of fighter craft from the early 50s through the 80s.
Huh.
fascinating.
Yeah, it's 20 by 102 millimeter.
So it's a 20 millimeter cannon.
Yeah.
Which is pretty standard for your fighter aircraft.
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, I was wrong about the F9 being a training aircraft. I think I just saw one of it in a training configuration.
Okay.
But let's see. It entered service. Oh, it
Yeah,
was
the F9F says it had the same 20 millimeter AN-M3 cannons, so similar, I'm guessing.
yeah, pretty similar.
So just probably say the machine gun quote it has is the M39 cannon.
Interesting. So yeah, this thing literally came out around the same time as the F-101 Voodoo, but the U.S. Navy used the F-9F Cougar to set the transcontinental crossing record on April 1st, 1954. Let's see. Squadron Victor Foxtrot-21 completed the 2,438-mile flight in under 4 hours. With Lieutenant Colonel FX Bradley setting the quickest time of 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 30 seconds. Huh.
So so what I'm getting is it's starting to sound like Batman might win this.
So here's the thing about that kind of speed.
Yeah.
Is that it's all well and good, but our real question, and I don't know if we established this before, is there an engagement zone? Because hypothetically,
No.
you don't think?
We haven't established it, I mean.
Okay.
If they're both, from what I remember, the kind of areas is if they're both atmospheric vehicles, they stay in the atmosphere. If one's a space but one's atmospheric, they stay in atmosphere. If they're both in space, vice versa.
Sure. Okay. But yeah, if this thing can move at 4,000 miles per hour, I don't know what kind of speed the Gunstar has. And it strikes me as just a smidge unfair if the fucking bat plane can just like leave the AO. And
Well, they have to stay. There's I feel like we've always had an area.
That's what I'm asking is there an area that they can leave?
Yeah, Batman can't just fuck off to the other side of the planet. He has to stay and fight. I don't know how big the area
So
is because I don't know that enough about
give us a reasonable area then,
planes.
Dave.
I would say let's do 100 mile by 100 mile airspace and or space. That's like pretty fucking large for a dogfight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it would not allow Batman to get up to the full 4,400 without leaving the AO and therefore disqualifying himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said,
fair.
I don't know what speed the last Starfighter or Gunstar 1 moves at, but
I would say it's even so. We can safely say that the Batplane, because there's nothing that says the Batman has to constantly be moving at top speed or minimal speed.
correct.
But
No, in
I would
fact,
say,
a
I would
lot of
argue that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
sorry, a lot of dogfighting and getting behind, like in positioning, actually has like going fast is not always useful for that.
Yeah.
This is an interesting matchup, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
because the only edge I would say Batman really fucking has is his speed and his combat abilities.
Right.
yeah,
So
I
here's
think
my
the Gunstar is definitely more heavily armed.
yes,
Yeah,
and
that I got.
with the ventral mounted turret and the side mounted and the rear mounted turrets, even
Mhm.
as Batman passes, the Gunstar can still shoot at it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. What kind of? Okay, so do you know anything about the durability for the Gunstar? Does it
It
feel
looks
like?
pretty. It looks pretty big and it looks pretty fucking mean.
Okay.
That's
Do
about
you,
all I
do
know.
could you do you think? Final question then. Do you think the M39 Cannon could take it down quickly?
I don't think quicker than the Gunstar's like beam.
Because as for durability, I'm taking probably both the F9 and the F11, so not very durable. Because I don't have anything about Batman's durability, because he mainly only uses the Batplane for traversing.
Right. But this is kind of my thing is I think like Batman would only get one pass with the forward facing gun, while the Gunstar would be able to shoot at him while he was in front of them, to the side of
Yeah.
them, and then behind them.
The only other factor that I'm thinking about is the vacuum blanket / magnesium gun, which is supposed to act as if it is a fucking EMP blast.
Right. Um
It seems like it's more of a disruptor than an actual EMP, so it doesn't really destroy electronics, it just disrupts them temporarily.
disrupts them, right? Because even if it did create like that same vacuum, right, the Gunstar would kind of fall out of it, and then as soon as it was back in atmosphere, it would just continue to hover again.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it
not
would be disruptive, but I don't think it would be lethal enough.
To give Batman a chance to do
Right.
anything.
not
Okay.
to mention that the Gunstar is perfectly capable of flying in a vacuum.
Also true.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like it'd be close, but yeah, I'm leaning towards the Gunstar.
Yeah.
Batman's fast and he has better capabilities, but I don't
Right.
think he
But
has the armament to be kind of he need to be.
yeah, but with AO limitations, I think we've gotta
Yeah.
call it what it is.
Alrighty. We all good with Alex winning?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Alrighty.
so.
Alright. Anakin Skywalker and the Interceptor versus the Noble Six from Halo. So Aaron
Okay.
and Dave is on YouTube. I'm gonna try to say I know more about Noble Six than Aaron.
Who wants to go first?
If you want to do Anakin, I know
Sure.
you're a Star Wars nerd.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you've been up a lot, but this area generally
you're-
is your forte. So
You're good. I knew this stream was going to be one where my expertise and massive air quotes around that
You're at least better off than we are.
right. I think your stream went down, homie. Spencer?
I'll restart it.
Okay.
Wait, hang on.
Or I'm having network.
Let me adjust something real quick. Stream. No.
Huh.
Where's my stuff? I'm going to turn that off. Okay. We're back. I don't know when it cut off. So
I'm looking at your channel. It seems to be cutting about every 20 minutes or so. Because you've got 3 previous streams I'm looking at.
3 previous streams?
Yeah.
Fuck me. What the hell? I have been having issues with Comcast lately.
Noted.
I don't know, because it never told me it went off. It just said live. It just said live the whole time. It said that the delay increased, but hang on.
Unfortunate.
Indeed.
Fuck. Why was it cutting every 20 minutes? So I can stream Blood and Bacon for 2 hours and 41 minutes, but I can't fucking stream a tournament without running into issues every fucking 20 minutes. What the shit balls?
Apparently, yes, that is the case.
Eat my dick, Comcast. Alrighty, we should be good now, though. Hopefully. I'll check it again in 20 minutes and see if we're still having issues.
So, elsewise, Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars and his Jedi Interceptor
The
is
Star Wars.
The Star Wars is remarked as being one of the greatest space plane aerial combat fighters in the entirety of the Star Wars franchise. However, particularly in Revenge of the Sith, it tends to, how would I put this? We only really get to see him kind of dogfighting in the opening scene of Revenge of the Sith. However, he is both able to take out many unmanned drones while simultaneously avoiding their fire, and does successfully crash land along with his Jedi Master, fabled Obi-Wan Kenobi. But is then able to pilot an entire fucking half of a capital ship into what could loosely be called a landing on the planet's surface.
Oh.
But the Jedi Interceptor is an interesting and rather speedy dogfighting component. Let me pull up the fucking armament details. Let's see. Jedi Interceptor. No, I don't need the Lego one. Thank you, though.
I love how your Google search algorithm's so screwed that whenever you search anything, it probably immediately just assumes you want fucking the Lego version of it.
I will neither confirm nor deny this. But it is 5.47 meters long, 4.3 meters wide, and 2.5 meters tall with the wings deployed.
So it's pretty small.
let's see, max atmospheric speed is 1,500 kilometers per hour. With 2 ion engines, a Class 1 hyperspace. Let's see. Yeah, it cannot do hyperdrive, but it has close range sensors, 2 laser cannons, and 2 secondary ion cannons. Overall, it is pretty maneuverable, pretty quick, and can fly in both atmosphere and in static vacuum.
All right.
Okie dokie. So,
You want to tell us about Noble Six and his what airship he's flying? Because I didn't write it down properly.
so Noble 6 pilots the FSS 1000 Saber Prototype. This is a space fighter, essentially.
Okay.
Made to contend with more technologically advanced Covenant ships. It's about 24 meters long, 19 meters wide, and 6 meters tall. For armament, it has 2 30 millimeter cannons and a pair of Medusa missile launchers. So these are homing missiles, basically. They shoot 4 at a time.
Gotcha.
It's also equipped with an energy shield.
Didn't we have a rule on energy shields?
Energy shields aren't invincible, is basically the rule. They add durability to the ship, but it's not like if you shoot them, they will never go down. Although Halo energy shields generally are vulnerable to like normal ass bullets anyway.
Fair enough.
But there's like a distinct possibility that like a Star Wars energy shield wouldn't even care if you shot at it with a gun. But we don't really know.
I do actually have some insight on this.
Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, so the Mandalorians are assholes. And there are actual like
Of course, we have this information from Mandalorians.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? They fought in the Legends content. I'm not sure what's been updated because I haven't been following it, but from my understanding, the Mandalorians fought against both Jedi and Sith, like way back in the Old Republic days.
Yeah.
And figured out pretty quickly that both Sith and Jedi could use the laser swords, lightsabers, to deflect blaster bolts. So they basically developed buckshot.
Yeah, I remember this.
Shotguns to be able to combat Jedi. So yeah, ballistic like standard bullets are a thing, and from my understanding, like ion shields are fucking useless against them because it's meant to stop the kinetic like laser energy in the plasma, but it doesn't do anything for a
I know at least capital ships are defended by like physical shields too, to defend them from like asteroids and shit. I don't know anything about any smaller scale than that, but
I think we see both with the TIE fighters that like anything moving kind of big and fast will still take it out. And yeah, for the capital ships, from what I remember, we saw a lot of like the laser guns, the turrets, like taking out the larger asteroids.
Well, that's true. I mean, they're not invincible, but
sure. And that's what I mean is like yes, they do have the shields for it, but from my understanding, they're not really meant to deal with physical projectiles.
I don't know. I mean, that's neither here nor there, because I believe the Jedi Interceptor is unshielded.
Yes, from my understanding.
Because if I remember correctly, the Jedi developed those to be as small and quick as possible. So they took out the hyperdrive, they took out the shield generator, so that the Jedi could like move at superhuman speeds and not be limited by like a big aircraft
Right.
or spacecraft in this case.
No, it is as the name implies, it's an interceptor. It's not like an air superiority fighter. It is meant to engage incoming hostiles.
But anyways, the point being that in some universes, it's debatable whether one weapon or another would have any effect on shields at all. And we're just applying universally across the board that shields can eventually be penetrated.
Right.
All right, guys. Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, continue. No, something came up and then it immediately went away. So never mind. Forget about it.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Okay. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm not able to give you a speed output on it. I would say that it's probably comparable to most modern aircraft, if not better. But I don't have data to back that up, other than it's 500 years in the future, so they probably have at least kept up.
Yeah.
Fair. Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards the Jedi Interceptor.
So
I am too, yeah.
Aaron,
I
what are your thoughts?
normally this is the part where I would say, well, Noble Six is an amazing pilot because he's a Spartan and he like sees the world in like slow motion because that's like how fast his reaction speed is because Spartans are ridiculous. But he's fighting a fucking Jedi who can like predict his actions before he does them. So,
Yeah.
uh,
And is otherwise, again, regarded as the greatest pilot in the
yeah,
Star Wars.
their
So,
superhuman feats are probably pretty comparable or skew towards the Jedi. And he's like famous as like being a great starfighter pilot, whereas Noble
right.
Six did
Even,
this like one time.
but
Yeah.
even without that necessarily, the Saber is a much bigger target
This is
than the
true.
Interceptor. So while sure one hit from like a 30 millimeter would absolutely do the Interceptor in, we know that it's speedy enough and in the hands of a skilled enough pilot could certainly be used to outmaneuver and outgun
Yeah,
the Saber.
Alrighty. So we're giving this to Anakin.
yeah. Like I said uh, earlier, Anakin is a very strong contender for the top spot here.
Right.
So same biplane before from Coco, but you want to tell us about the F-14 from Top Gun?
So the F-14 Tomcat, as mentioned earlier, is an air superiority fighter that, from my understanding, is still in use in some parts of the world today. Let's see. Tomcat. This thing was an absolute beast of a fighter aircraft because it kind of just fucked. Yeah, first flight
Oh.
1970, introduction into service 1974. It replaced a lot of shit. Yeah, the Iranian Air Force still uses them.
Alrighty. Yeah. I don't see any way how a biplane could outgun or outmaneuver the Tomcat in any way, shape, or form. So yeah.
Nice.
One thing I
Well,
will talk about with the F-14, if you'll give me a moment.
go ahead. Sorry.
It's one of the largest aircraft carrier-based aircraft available.
Yeah.
However, it has these sort of swept delta wing configurations that can also extend into a extended wing configuration. The delta wing does better at higher speeds, but the extended wing has more maneuverability at slower speeds. So you actually have maneuverable maneuverable superiority at both high and low speeds with this aircraft, which is why it was in service for as long as it was.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty. So we have Snoopy versus Invader Tac. The Sopwith Camel. It's a single seat biplane.
Yep.
From 1917. To be fair, this is probably one of the more well-known fighter planes and with fighter pilots. But doesn't it? Hang on. Yeah, that's right. It just had the Vickers guns, which I am not 100% certain of. It's a 303 7.7 millimeter machine gun.
Sounds about right.
Huh.
Yeah, the
That is.
The 7mm are fucking brutal, though.
Yeah, they are. But in comparison with the sci-fi ship, don't see how this is gonna win. But yeah, anyway, Snoopy, he's. Wait, go ahead. You go ahead with your ship, Aaron.
Okay, yeah. So
Tell us about the TAC runner.
TAC ship has no official name, but TAC runner is a pretty popular fan name, so that's the one we're using. It's a heavily modified Urkin ship that TAC uses to attempt to take her revenge on Zim for stopping her from taking the invader test to become an invader. It has an onboard artificial intelligence that is it's TAC's imprinted personality, basically. It can like attack with its like spiky appendages. It does not appear to have any ranged weaponry.
Interesting.
It can go in and out of atmosphere though, so it is probably capable of escape velocity, assuming that Jonan thought about that.
Right.
Do you know the author? Just want to point out real quick, he did not think of any of this. In fact, if he saw what we were doing right now, he'd probably shadow ban us on Twitter.
Honestly, it's what we deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah. No idea how fast it goes, other than it
can travel the galaxy casually.
It just casually travels the galaxy and goes in and out of atmosphere.
Again, with the speed though.
No idea how it does that.
So here's the thing. So we're in our 100-mile by 100-mile sky area.
Yeah.
Right? This thing has no range. So, yes, it can move fast, but how many bullets can it take before it goes down?
I mean, presumably a few.
A few? Okay. So... because I know as much as of a joke this is, Snoopy is an ace combat, or an ace pilot.
Pilot, right. So I think the only chance this thing would have of taking out Snoopy actually would be to take apart the wing, right, with a ramming attack.
Yeah.
I don't know how feasible that would be for Tech Runner. If the glass would be able to withstand an impact like that, because it is just wood and paper on the fucking Sopwith Camel.
It almost certainly could, and it doesn't really need to, because again, those spikes on the side are like tentacles that extend out, so it can like fly by and like lash out with them. It doesn't.
So, yeah.
It doesn't need to like.
What are the
ram him.
range on them?
I
Well,
mean,
literally melee.
yeah, not clear.
Yeah.
It has
Because it's
like
not like the Sopwith Camel can't move around. You know, it.
Right.
My concern right now is that this thing has no distance, has no range at all.
mhm.
So all Snoopy has to do is just outmaneuver and keep his distance,
Listen,
and eventually the tack runner will go down.
it I don't really know how it can keep its distance when it's so much faster and equally, if not much more maneuverable than what is essentially a
Yes,
biplane.
but if tack out leaves the area,
So
Well,
so this is one where I think our tiebreaker here is actually going to have to be pilot based, because what do we know about Tack?
Tech is a much more competent invader than Zim. I will give her that. The disguise and equipment she has created are much better. Her plan makes sense, but it is undone by the combined efforts of Dib and Zim, who I would not say are particularly intelligent. In fact, Zim is one of the stupider characters I can think of. And even if she's above average intelligence for an Urkin, we are talking about a society that picks their leaders based on how tall they are.
Right.
I will say in her defense that her opponent is a cartoon dog.
So this was actually the point I was going to argue, because Snoopy is a cold, calculating murderer. You don't get to be an ace pilot with a Sopwith Camel if you're this happy-go-lucky, friendly guy, right? This guy took on the Red Baron and came out alive. So, sure, it's all well and good that he's a cartoon dog, but that's just the facade, right? That's what Tack is thinking. They're like, what the fuck is this? Defeating me with some archaic Earth technology. But the thing she doesn't understand is that the 7mm 303 machine guns that the Sopwith Camel have are unique in the regard of their ability to punch through glass. Because she starts taking a run at this Sopwith Camel to see what the fuck. And the thing about the Sopwith Camel is, sure, it's not very speedy, but it can turn on a fucking dime with those dual wings. So it'd be pretty easy for Snoopy to bring his weapons to bear. And again, he isn't distracted by anything so cumbersome as feelings or mercy or anything like that. You know, he sees that Tack is eventually going to get sent to planet Dirt, whether it's the planet Dirt that she gets sent to in the show, or whether it's the planet of dirt beneath him, hundreds of meters down. So I'm actually going to have to vote towards Snoopy on this one.
I'm leaning towards the same. The distance and that's
Yeah,
just that's
yeah,
what's
yeah.
because Snoopy is. I know that I threw this in as a joke, but Snoopy is not an incompetent pilot. Most of my knowledge about Snoopy and his piloting
Okay.
skills comes from the game that I
Tech
played
is
copious
literally
amounts
here as a
as.
joke.
Yeah,
So,
but
two
I
characters, and then we got extremely sober about it.
yeah, but I'm heavily leaning towards Snoopy. Just armament
I will
and
always
pilot
argue my
capabilities.
character's case. I never said that it was a good plan.
Oh my god.
No, I am shocked that any of the biplanes made it out of the engagement.
Right.
Honestly,
Okay. Star-Lord versus 2B's flight unit. Okay, who wants to give me the rundown of Star-Lord?
I don't know. What do we actually know about Star-Lord's ship? I'm presuming we're using the MCU version.
Yeah.
probably.
That would be simpler, I think. Let me see if I can get any wiki on this. So, why don't you start with 2B while I look into this?
Okay, so 2B is an execution unit. She's cold-blooded and murders her comrade 9S over and over and over again. She has no feelings. In fact, they explicitly leave out emotion from the android units. They can develop emotions, but from 2B, she's meant to be a cold-blooded, heartless bitch. The flight units have two main weapons of attack. They have a cannon, which is, from everything I've seen, comparable to the A10 Warthog cannon. They have two of them strapped to each wing. This is sci-fi world, so take it, obviously, these tiny things shooting out these giant cannons.
Right.
But these guns are meant to just plow through enemy after enemy after enemy ship.
Yeah, it's a
And
bullet
it
hell
also
thing, right?
has, yeah, the nose kind of doubles as a sword. So when enemies come in close, she can use the sword maneuver, which is like plane spinning in circles, to slash up enemies. And the sword is notably stronger. It's like a plasma sword, I want to say. There wasn't a lot of information on this, so a lot of it is judging off of as it visually appears. But it's a glowing sword that expands, um, not super far out. I'd probably say like an additional 4 feet from the tip. Um, but that's about all it has. It does have interplanetary travel. It often travels from the bunker in space to Earth, back and forth. That is the main traversal mode from the bunker to planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, these things are fairly durable. Um, they can take quite a beating. They don't have any sort of shield or anything, but they're not just down in one shot kind of deal.
Sure.
Um, I don't know what they're made of. Like I said, there's no information. Judging generally from the game and even in cutscenes, it usually takes a couple of shots for these things to go down. That's the best I can give you
Well,
durability wise.
you're doing better than me.
You're not finding much info on the Milano.
No. All I know so far is it's piloted by Star-Lord and slash or Rocket Raccoon in every single Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Uh, I'm not even like 100% sure it has weapons.
I'm fairly confident it does.
I want to say it does, but I honestly can't remember. And it doesn't. The wiki is like, here's all the movies it appeared in, and this is the complete synopsis of its appearance in all those movies. But it doesn't say, like, goddamn anything about like what it can do.
Awesome.
uh,
Well,
it does go in and out of planets, so it has good speed. It can go escape velocity. It has like some kind of hyperdrive, not that that's very useful here. And it's pretty big. Yeah,
well,
I
I think
almost
our lack of
yeah, I think
hard data is
almost
getting
2B wins by default here.
Yeah, I even tried looking and I can't
I
find.
assumed that like Marvel fans would like have this down pat, but
They
apparently
failed us.
apparently there's not that much information to be
There's a
had.
Reddit thread. Uh, okay, so here I want to read off this Reddit thread because it's kind of making me laugh. My attempt, Milano weapon systems. My attempts at Google were fruitless. I'm hoping someone here can tell me what kind of weaponry the ship has, and if possible, share photos of them. 3 comments, or no, sorry, 2 comments. Lasers, pew pewers, blat zap. That's it. So we can confirm it has lasers of some sort.
yes.
Speed, it sounds like they're fairly similar. I know the flight units are much smaller. So I would say even if it does have lasers, it's gonna have a lot harder time hitting 2B. 2B is a solo piloted thing, and if I had to compare 2B to Star Lord as a pilot, I'm leaning towards 2B because to kind of set the stage, at the beginning of the game, for Nier Automata, you start off in flight unit in the jet mode specifically, and as you're coming into the atmosphere and getting to your drop off zone, you have to fight your way through hordes of the enemies, which Chubby, she loses all of her companions in the process, but she loses them very early on and manages to fight through the majority of the horde entirely by herself. She is often outnumbered, outgunned in this thing for like the first hour of the game. And so I'm leaning heavily towards the flight unit just because, from what I remember of the first 2 Guardians of the Galaxy movies, I don't remember Peter Quill ever doing anything quite like that where he is surrounded and gunning his way out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think we're leaning towards 2B.
Yeah, I got nothing.
alrighty.
Like,
All right, Dave, this is exclusively you and me.
Yep.
As I've not played Star Wars Jedi Starfighter since I was a wee babby.
Yeah. I mean, it's same for me, but yeah, let me get a refresher on this thing. Yeah, this fucking Nintendo Switch of a Starfighter. Hell yeah. Fucking love this thing. Um so yeah, this is the Yeah, the Havoc Star Bomber, piloted by Nim from Star Wars Jedi Starfighter. This thing is comparable in speed and armament to the Millennium Falcon.
Okay.
It is smaller, from my understanding. And I think the only thing that would really play to its disadvantages are how far out the cannons are from the axis of rotation for the pilot, which, if we're being honest, is a problem that a lot of the aircraft in Star Wars have. No, don't even get me started on the B-wing. But yeah, effectively, this thing's kind of your multi-role fighter. There really isn't much in the way of info, unfortunately.
6
It
laser
is
cannons.
Yes, no, it's got a lot. It's got a rotating top laser turret with 2 cannons itself. It's got 2 proton bomb chutes and 10 bombs.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing's a fucking beast.
Okay.
Just kind of your
Are
multi-role.
we assuming he has the gunner as well?
I think we did for the last Starfighter.
We did.
Gunstar.
Yeah.
So yes, fully crewed ship.
Okay, so I'm covering jet fighter from Ratchet and Clank. Well, I'm taking specifically the Class G Star Jumper, which is the updated, because they remade Ratchet and Clank, the first Ratchet and Clank game, and well, Class G, well, they both have the same amount of information, which is laser machine gun and rockets. It can't hold a lot of rockets. I think it holds about 8 in total. So it has less rockets, but there's no limit to the quote test-a-blast laser cannons. But basically it's kind of similar to the Star Fox ship. Does not have energy shields. You don't get to use it very much in the game, and there's really not much information on it all. Ratchet is an ace pilot, though. That is one of the things that he provides, he prides himself in. That, and he has Clank as support, kind of like, imagine Clank is the R2-D2 for his jet fighter. But it's good for interplanetary travel. It can be shoot and fly in space, can shoot and fly on planet. But other than that, there's not much to it. You don't really get to upgrade it much, other than when you unlock the Test-a-Blast weapons kit, which give it the Tesla rock, or the Tesla Blast, not Tesla, which give it the rockets and upgrade lasers. But other than pew pews do more damage in video game now, there's no information.
Right. So here's an interesting sort of thing I just noticed with this, and I don't know why I didn't think of it the first time I saw this. Do you remember the hot rod police car Starfighter thing from Lilo and Stitch?
Oh,
Vaguely.
yeah.
Kind of looks like that.
A little bit.
Like, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but
I could not tell you. Insomniac was on some shit. They had just come off the heels of Spyro. But so because Ratchet is known to be taking down like this is obvious, like a lot of the scenes in the game were an obvious like nod to Star Wars.
sure.
And he does take down aircrafts much bigger than his own, and he's known to be the #1 pilot in the Ratchet and Clank universe. The problem I'm running into is there's just not much information on the ship other than I got pew pews and kapuis. I don't have speeds other than I know that it can travel around the universe like it's nothing. Um, I don't have any durability for it other than I know it doesn't have any sort of energy shield. Um, it's your usual, oh, a couple shots and you're down.
Right.
But that's mainly kind of what I'm going on here is Ratchet's ace pilot abilities. He has your usual maneuvers, barrel roll, doing a somersault, shit like that. Can you give us any more information on Nim?
He's a fucking great pilot. I mean, from what I remember of Jedi Starfighter, he was comparable to the Jedi, even though he was said to have no force powers himself, from what I recall. Let's see what I can find on Nim.
Ratchet does technically have Clank, which is an AI robot meant to assist him in flying. You guys made it seem like Nim has somebody else on the ship with
Yep,
him.
he's got one crew gunner, Cole, who is. I just love how low poly this image of him is. But he's a Shadra fan is the species. Basically think like Ewok height but a bat person.
Interesting.
Like Rouge the Bat. Let's see.
I cannot find a single image of what Cole looks like.
Yeah. Kilo Oscar Lima Echo.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's just a bat Ewok.
Yep.
I'm a bat.
Let's see. Yeah, he's a pirate and yeah, that's about all I got.
He a good pilot, Joe.
So is it fair to compare? Oh wait, hold on. Are you on the wiki,
Yes.
Dave? Are you on the canon side or the legend side?
Probably both.
Because the canon side, there's a lot of information. The legend side, there's a lot of information.
Well, it at least appears to me that this doesn't have a canon article.
Hang on.
Yeah, he has a
Oh,
lot.
he's like a
more
bad
relevant
guy.
for He is?
I mean, he's a pirate, attacks the Federation, steals from them.
No, Trade Federation. Those are the droids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also harassed other criminals such as spicers and slavers. So
He's the good space pirate. It doesn't help that he looks very scary in this picture on the wiki.
oh yeah, no, he's
So here's what I'm leaning towards.
okay.
From what I can understand of Nim, it seems like he has a hell of a lot more experience in aerial combat than Ratchet and Clank do. His aerial combat is not the main focus of their game at all in any of the games. Ratchet and Clank are first and foremost, hey, look, I've got this absurd fucking gun that just obliterates everything in my path. Let me run around and shoot the fuck out of everything.
Yeah.
So I'm tempted to give it to Nim because it seems like Nim has a lot more experience than Ratchet does.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
especially when it comes to any type of aerial combat.
Right.
So, is anyone going to complain if I give it to Nim?
I won't.
No, I think Nim has
I
it
think
on
Nim
this.
has it solely on experience.
Yeah.
Okay. Ace from G.I. Joe versus Sam Center Gunship.
Nice.
So, yep. I think we already know which way this one's leaning, but
Well, tell us about the Striker XP14F.
yep. So the XP14F is very, 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 very heavily based on, wouldn't you know it, the F14 Tomcat, because we're gonna see a lot of those in this fucking yeah. Um in this fucking series. But basically, yeah, it's just an F14. It's just an F14 Tomcat. Like there's some experimental side to it, but I couldn't find a whole lot of information about the actual like craft in the show. But of course, like that's the thing about the GI Joe series is it was a cartoon made to sell toys. Like kids don't think about the kind of hard points and hard factors like we're trying to compare right now.
yeah.
Right.
Um, I don't believe they have any video game appearances. I can't even think of a GI Joe video game. Which why the hell
Really?
not?
I swear
Yeah.
there's a G.I. Joe video game.
I know there has to be, but I know I haven't played any. It would full disclosure, it was never really a series that appealed to me all that much. But we can
There's
effectively
quite a bit. Ever since the 80s, there was one on the Atari, one on the Apple II, and Commodore 64.
okay.
Uh,
But yeah, we can effectively assume that it's just an F14.
okay. Yeah, there are 14 G.I. Joe games,
Huh.
half of which are on iOS. The other half are on fucking the Commodore 64.
That would explain why I haven't played a whole lot.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, this is just a fucking F14.
Okay. So the Samus's gunship, I'm taking it from its strongest variant that we've seen, which is Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. It has energy weapons with no necessary limit to the energy weapons. They are about as strong as Samus's non-charged beam. Just
Sure.
two regular like boop beep pew. In Corruption, it has an auto repair function. And this thing does have the ability to traverse the galaxy, not at light speeds. When Samus travels long distance, her ship has a cryostasis, which she uses so that way her ship can continually travel while she can just go into cryostasis. So it has an autopilot function. The ship does get shot down a lot, so it makes sense that by Metroid Prime 3, they threw in an auto repair function. So it didn't get fucking shut down every 10 seconds.
It also
Judging
shoots
from what I've
missiles.
it does shoot missiles?
Yeah, you can shoot missiles to destroy opticals in that game.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Presumably, it can shoot those at other ships as well.
Yeah.
Although, although we've never seen this in aerial combat, mind you.
Yeah. It does well. Other than that, if I have to, this ship gets damaged and destroyed an absurd amount of times.
Honestly, Samus could probably do more damage if she opened the window and shot out the window herself.
Yeah. Um.
But as we've established, the pilot cannot leave the vehicle, elsewise they are
Correct.
disqualified.
Yeah. Um. There are no. This thing doesn't have any energy shields. It doesn't have any sort of countermeasures to being shot at, which is pain other than
I
a
mean,
auto repair function,
it can
which
be shot
takes
down
time.
pretty easily, seemingly, but like
That's
it always survives.
because it has that auto repair function. Um, but because I think it gets shut down in Prime 1 and then over time repairs itself. I remember being shot down in Prime 2. You can get shot down in Prime 3. Um, every other game doesn't really involve any sort of aerial combat that I can think of, other than the
No,
game we will not speak of. Um,
Hang on, which game?
Federation Force, because it only makes a brief appearance in it as a
uh,
nod to like, oh, it's Samus. It's a Metroid game without Samus, but now we got Samus in it because you see her ship. Wow, buy this 3DS game. Play it with your friends. All 10 people who bought the fucking game. Um, but yeah. About all there is to this thing. There's not like specific speeds other than we know it doesn't go light speeds. It is used for universal travel. Um,
oh my gosh.
but yeah, it's got missiles, the energy blaster. Um, that's about it.
It also has a ship grapple beam, which is basically just a gigantic version of Samus's grapple beam.
Yeah.
It's usually used to move shit, but presumably you could use it to like grab another aircraft out of the air if you wanted. Not sure how viable that is though.
I'm not either.
Probably not very. As much as I don't like GI Joe, I'm actually kind of leaning towards the MC-14.
Yeah, honestly, his ship's not all that impressive. And
That I wouldn't classify Samus as an ace pilot, so
Right. The guy is literally named Ace.
yeah. Alrighty. Tell us about the Xo2 Wyvern.
So this fuck ass that Aaron watched me dogfight against in an
yes.
A10, which is about to like invalidate my entire argument for this because I was able to shoot it down with a fucking A10. But effectively, it is the culmination of like the most advanced technology in the Ace Combat universe.
Yeah.
Capable of folding itself into a delta pattern for hypersonic speed, built in with Mr. X specifically able to do very high, like 15, 16G turns while retaining consciousness. So
Okay.
this thing could turn on a fucking dime and has a built-in railway gun, or a rail cannon, uh, which is capable of tearing most standard aircraft apart in a single shot.
Okay.
I only survived in the A10 because, well, fuck. It's worth noting, he did shoot me down the first time. He got me pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
But that and the fucking song that plays when you fight him is just so fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing's a goddamn. It's made for dogfighting. Like that is what this thing does.
Yeah. So I want to flip this question to Aaron then, since
Mm-hmm.
Aaron has seen this ship in action and Aaron
Yeah.
has seen Bebop. I feel like you can be the most non-partial in this. Between a dogfight between these two, who do you think would win?
Okay,
Because I'm
okay.
leaning toward the Xo2 solely for the fact that the Swordfish usually isn't in tip-top shape.
Comparably, like just comparing planes, I think they're pretty close, other than I firmly believe that the Swordfish is faster.
Yeah.
Uh, it basically boils down to who gets to hit with their overpowered weapon first. Because the rail cannon and the plasma cannon are basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Whatever gets hit with it fucking dies.
Yeah.
Uh, so if it were plane to plane, I would give it to the swordfish. But I'm honestly probably gonna come down on Mr. X here because, as we've
Yeah.
discussed, being faster in an aircraft is not the end all be all, especially
Yeah.
when you have a limited combat zone. Uh, and Spike is a good pilot. He's been flying planes or flying spaceships for probably decades and is a bounty hunter for at least a decade. But Mr.
Yeah.
X is like the top pilot from his universe to the point where they copied his like piloting skills for their drones. That's
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Mr. X as well. Spike's good, but he's no ace
Yeah,
pilot.
yeah. Spike's good. Spike's not that good.
Yeah. All right, this is between you two.
So this one's gonna be fascinating, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
We've already thoroughly talked about the planes and the
And
pilots
everything. No, no.
themselves.
Right. So this is gonna be the fun part
This is
about
good. This is
this.
a fun one because they're both completely mechanical.
Right. And honestly, like just in a straight head to head, like playing it out in my mind, I
Uh-huh.
I kind of gotta lean towards Starscream
That's what I'm doing.
because even though Eddie is like pretty advanced,
Uh-huh.
he's not like a thinking, feeling Decepticon, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think in the raw, just like decision making that comes in with like, and make no mistake, Eddie is like faster than your human pilots, right?
Right.
But
We're not comparing to a human pilot. That
precisely,
Starscream goes into outer space.
yeah. So sheer, I think outside of having difficulty locking on, given that it's a stealth fighter craft, I
Yeah.
still think Starscream would like figure it out, you know?
Yeah. And
Same.
there's no telling like if Cybertronians have like detection technology that we don't have access to.
Sure.
Like I'm not gonna give that as a point in his favor, but you know.
Yeah. Is it pretty safe to say we're all on the Starscream ship for this one?
Yep.
Yeah. I I will
Alrighty.
always be on the Starscream ship. Don't get me
Ooh.
wrong.
Wolf O'Donnell versus and the Wolfen versus Camille and the Zeta.
Interesting.
All right, so Wolf O'Donnell, he is one of the top pilots in the Star Fox universe. Um, he is the one who took down James Mccloud. He killed James Mccloud several times in different universes. Oh crap! Hang on, where was it? Fuck, where is it? I had just closed out of my thing. Hang on. Trying to. Where is it? Hang on. Sorry, just trying to get it pulled up. God damn it. Son of a bitch.
You good?
I had this already. There we go. Okay, so the ship is just called the Wolfen. It's fairly similar. Well, hold on. So originally, like the ships that they had, like in Star Fox 1, were weaker than the Arwing. But around the time Star Fox 2 rolled around is when he upgraded to the Wolfen, which was supposed to be better than the Arwing. So it's got dual laser cannons, smart bomb launcher, and a missile launcher. He can lock onto multiple targets and fire multiple missiles at the same time. It has interplanetary travel, but no specific speeds that I can specifically give you. The Wolf is like the number 2 pilot in the Star Fox universe. But that
After
is
Fox himself.
Yeah. But Wolf is more than capable of taking down the rest of the Star Fox crew, like Falco, Slippy, and Peppy. Slippy and Peppy, it's not that much of a like, oh, but being able to, Falco is a very competent pilot, and Wolf can take down Falco like easily.
Sure.
But he can lock on to multiple targets or lock onto one target multiple times and fire multiple multiple missiles at that. Now the smart bombs. I don't know how much you guys know about the smart bombs or B bombs, Nova bombs.
I do not.
Basically, they are like miniature supernovas. He can store up to 9, which is fucking insane. Basically, like I said, it's a miniature supernova. It deals in it can blow up an Arwing if it is caught into it. It's kind of like the one shot kill of the universe. Other than that, his dual laser cannons are basically the same as the Arwings, and his missile launcher isn't anything super fancy. It's mostly used for taking down hordes of enemies or to be really fucking annoying and fire like 10 missiles at once to one person.
Okay. So, my questions here are going to be, number one, how is he going to deal with an opponent who can predict his actions before he does them?
That's a good question. Although we are in a limited space, I guess my one big question is, do you honestly believe that the Zeta Gundam can handle being hit with a miniature supernova?
No, but doesn't need to get hit with it to
True.
not die.
Yeah, true. Because they do expand. I guess a good way to kind of show off the kind of what they do is if you guys have played any recent Super Smash Brothers from Brawl onwards, they threw in the smart bombs, B bombs, Nova bombs, whatever the hell you want to call them, because they've had several different names.
Yeah.
In the game as usable item, and as of well, it was more of Star Fox Command than it was Star Fox Zero, because Star Fox Zero was kind of a reboot, but Star Fox Command is where I'm kind of basing all of this off of, because that's when Wolf was at his peak, was Star Fox Command.
Mhm.
But like I said, there's those, and they expand as they blow up. But I do see the problem of the pilot being able to predict what he does before he does it. But I do feel that Wolf is a very competent pilot. I feel like his armament is a bit better, but I don't think he'll be able to outdo Camille, pilot-wise.
Mm.
Oh, Dave, what are your thoughts?
Hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question. Honestly, I'm leaning more towards Wolf O'Donnell, and that's not my furry bias talking. All right.
Right.
Okay. Why?
Um, See, when you're gonna call me on my furry bias, I explicitly said you weren't allowed to do that. But in all seriousness, yeah, that Nova weapon is kind of hard to ignore.
I mean, yeah. It's a big
My only problem is
explosion.
it's not only is it a big explosion, but it, in the kind of arena we've defined, it seems very, because this can be in space or on in like atmospheric, either one. But
Yeah.
if it's in space, I assume it's 100-mile by 100-mile diameter, kind of like circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A sphere.
Because the thing is with the Wolfen is because like
But
comparing from my experiences playing the game, fucking Wolf is fucking a goddamn genius about getting behind you and
it
staying behind you no matter what the fuck you do. Just his maneuverability and speed outclass Star Fox's Arwing in every way, shape, or form, and the only way Star Fox is able to take him down is just due to piloting abilities alone.
mhm.
And one thing that I've noticed personally, just from I haven't seen this Gundam season
Yeah.
version series. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know
Yeah.
what to call it.
The series.
But knowing what someone is going to do and being able to always negate that aren't the same thing. Just because he knows what's coming doesn't mean he can necessarily avoid it. And just because he knows that Wolf is going to shoot a bomb at him doesn't mean he'll necessarily know exactly what the bomb is.
Fair. I don't see it being so difficult to avoid.
Yeah. Because with the arena that they're in, they're going to be even speed wise. From what I can tell, I feel like Wolf has the one up on armament pilot wise. I mean, it seems like Camille has good response time and the ability to do things a certain way. I'm trying to explain because paint a good picture of like how these ships control is
Mhm.
at least from what you were telling me. You haven't played any of the Star Fox games, so I'm trying to paint you as accurate of a picture as I can.
mean, I have played Star Fox Zero, but
Yeah,
you
Star
know,
Fox Zero is kind of similar, but
as far as that takes you.
yeah, because there is a fight with Wolf in Star Fox Zero. But like I said, I'm using Wolf mainly from Star Fox Command because that's when we learn the most about his ship and his capabilities. So to kind of put it in perspective, Star Fox was able to outmaneuver a universe collapsing upon itself, which James could not do. Fox is somewhere between those two. Because at the end of 64 and 0, after you beat Andros, because Andros lives in his own kind of universe, like his own reality. He's like been banished away to a certain reality. So Star Fox has to fly there to destroy him, to defeat him, and then fly out. And after he is destroyed and defeated, his universe collapses upon itself.
Right.
And so Wolf isn't as good as Star Fox pilot wise, but I do believe personally that Wolf could take down Andros if he so desired. Wolf is just an evil bastard.
Sure.
Um,
Has the capability, just not the desire.
Yeah, but in order to be able to dodge debris while moving fast enough to outpace reality collapsing upon itself, kind of leads me towards.
You keep saying that, but that's not like a thing.
Well, I'm
like,
using that as reaction time.
We don't have a... Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that he was able to avoid something collapsing on him. But, like, you keep saying the universe collapsing, like, that's going to happen incredibly quickly. And we know that because we've seen it, how it happens. But, like,
True.
you aren't able to give me a speed for that.
Well, yeah, that's kind of hard to calculate a speed like that. But all I'm trying to get at is that Wolf does have very fast reaction times.
All right.
But
I don't have
okay,
anything
so
else
what
to
else?
add, so we can take it to a final vote.
Oh, I'm still in the middle. That's my problem.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to paint you, play devil's advocate, and try to paint you as clear of a picture of Wolf's skills as humanly possible, because I don't know Camille as well as you do.
Yeah. No.
And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to be like, oh no, this is why Wolf would win. I'm trying to be like, no, these are the feats he's capable
Wolf
of.
is definitely a more experienced pilot. Wolf has been operating for a long time, like decades, right?
Right.
Camille is like 19 years old the last time we see him, and he's been in wars pretty much all that time since he was 17. So he's not like a spring chicken when it comes to combat. But it's not the same, right?
Yeah.
He beats out a lot of pilots in his own universe with more experience because of his new type powers. But where there's a technological gap, it's hard to say like how much more advanced an Arwing is than the Zeta Gundam, but it seems like it is. It's difficult to say exactly.
Yeah.
I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah, because where I'm hung up on is the pilots themselves. So, what kind of can you go a little in depth for me about Camille's abilities themselves?
New types
Give me a refresher.
New types have empathic powers, which in combat allow them to sense the hostility and thoughts of the people they're fighting. So Wolf will be over there, he'll be flying his Arwing, he'll see the Zeta Gundam, and he'll go, that guy needs to die. And he goes to pull the trigger on his joysticks or whatever. And as soon as he thinks about it, Camille knows he wants to shoot him. And he knows how he's thinking about shooting him.
Okay. Yeah, with that in mind, it seems like Camille has the ability to outreact to things. I don't know. Because as powerful as the supernova bomb would be, because if it came down to a who shot who first, because the Zeta Gundam, from what I remember, does have some impressive armament, and I don't see why it couldn't take down the Wolfen, no problem. Like, yes, the Wolfen does have shields, but given they are limited, for obvious reasons, you know, he gets shot down by Star Fox in all the games.
Not to mention, the verse equalization means his shields aren't impenetrable if they are just like super powerful shields that can only be taken down by Star Fox's super powerful weapons.
No, they could be taken down with just the casual laser beams.
Well, yeah, but
usually,
who knows how powerful those lasers are, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. You can't really, it's hard to quantify how powerful lasers are.
That's why we have the
I mean, we could
the
take the time and sit down and do the math of like, oh, well, there's this mission where Star Fox blows up asteroids this size, pixel measurements, this laser, this is how powerful it is.
Certainly we could do that, but that's Death Battle's format, not ours.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm starting to lean towards Camille just because even though he has a lot less experience, not as good at armament, I do feel like the edge that his psychic powers would give him, the Star Fox would effectively need to destroy a 50-mile radius in order to ensure victory. He would need to destroy a large enough area to be able to prevent Camille from taking him down. How I can generally see this going is because Wolf isn't immediately going to come out the gate shooting all, his biggest payload, to take him down. Even if he did, I feel like with how fast the Zeta Gundam is, it could outmaneuver. As the bombs don't fly at light speeds, and we have discussed outrunning bullets before, and that is a feat that ace pilots will do. So had Wolf gone up against anyone else, I feel like Wolf could have easily climbed up to the top of this tournament, but because he's gone up against Camille, I feel like Camille would have the edge due to the psychic powers.
In fairness to earlier, I did say outrunning missiles, not outrunning bullets. Bullets do move measurably faster.
Yeah.
But
whereas Wolf's biggest weapon is a bomb that behaves like a missile. Don't see, you know what I mean?
No, I get it. I just, in the interest of fairness.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna, even if Wolf could pop off a few shots, I feel like he would need to pop off a lot to be able to take down Camille, even if it was a charge shot.
I don't know enough
So are
about
we all good with Camille?
Contradict you.
Anyone upset about Camille winning?
Nope.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm good. I think it's super close, but yeah.
All right, Dave. This one's all you.
So,
from what you've told me, I'm already leaning towards the Turbo Cat.
Really? Because I was actually leaning towards the Gunstar.
Oh, really?
Yep.
The Gunstar has a lot of guns on it.
Yeah,
True.
the Gunstar has a lot of guns, and while SWAT Cat's, like, the Turbo Cat has a lot of missiles and bombs, etc. From my understanding, it's kind of good for, like, air-to-air for, like, basic jets. You know, it would do fine against what it fought earlier. But the Gunstar is effectively a gunship, and between all of its cannons and laser guns, I've got to hand it to the Gunstar. Again, as much as my furry bias wants to lean the other way.
All right, so we're giving it to the Gunstar then.
Yeah. I feel comfortable with that with my limited knowledge of both of these fighters.
Alrighty. The Yellow 13 from Ace Combat 4.
Oh, fuck. I really wanted Yellow 13 to get further in the tournament.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see from what I don't. Okay, I haven't fought the Yellow 13 in a minute because last time I played Ace Combat 4, I played like a mission or two, and then I was like, "Oh, this game's so much," and then I set it down after like a mission because I had something to do. But from what I remember, Yellow 13 was a bitch.
Oh,
But
no, Yellow 13 was a motherfucker to fight.
yeah,
However,
when compared to a Jedi Interceptor,
piloted by the Anakin Skywalker, it's like, yeah, can I talk about the Su-37?
yeah,
though,
go ahead and talk about the Su-37.
I want to fucking gush about this aircraft. So, it is easily one of the coolest fucking Russian planes ever, in my personal opinion. So it's kind of the culmination because it's not the first in the SU series, obviously. But given what it was made for as like an air superiority dogfighter, it is well used and well loved by the militaries that do use it, and it's a formidable fucking.
Isn't the Su-37 what the Ghost of Kiev is supposedly uses?
Nope. So that's the MiG 27.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Or the MiG 29. My bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Su-37, like they effectively had the Ghost of Kiev gone up against an Su-37, like it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
From my effective understanding of what went down. But yeah, it's just a gorgeous, gorgeous fucking aircraft.
All right. Let me look this up before we continue.
Oh god.
Oh, yep, that one. Alrighty. So the Sup with Camel versus the F-14. So here's the thing. Here's how this battle goes down. Maverick, punk ass bitch. Doesn't stand a chance against Snoopy. Sees a dog piloting the Sup with Camel from fucking World War One. Pisses his pants in pure fear and is paralyzed. Cannot do anything. The Sup with Camel just takes it down. End of the fight.
Yeah.
The joke ends here. I'm sorry, Dave. It looks like all your furry characters are being kicked out.
We still have Star Fox.
We still have Star Fox.
Yeah. So, Star Fox. Similar abilities to Wolf, but better because Star Fox has a weaker plane and has often outmaneuvered stronger aircraft all the time. This one's all on me. That's about time I give you two a break. So what's there to say about the Arwing that we didn't say about the Wolfen? Arwing has less abilities, aka it's not as fast. It does have a multi-lock reticle. It can do that with the charge with its so it's dual laser cannons. You can charge them up and lock onto multiple targets and fire it and hit multiple targets at once.
Right.
Arwing can technically transform, and it does have several adapters, but none of them are going to be useful, and it can't transform. So, but it also has the smart bomb, N bomb, whatever you want to call it. Not the N bomb. I don't know why that popped in my head. That's Mega Man. But knowing the flight units are about similar speed to the Arwing. That's like a 2B gets hit with that the smart bomb, she's gone. She's gone. Like, she's a great pilot. She's not an ace pilot.
Right.
She's not known for her piloting abilities. She's known for her covert abilities and executing people who find out too much. 2B doesn't have a lot of flight time in the flight unit solely because, and I quote, they're too expensive to make. aka devs were too lazy. But yes, I have to, with Star Fox being the ace pilot that he is, there's no way 2B can hold a candle, especially when it comes to aerial combat. With how
Near,
good he is at just maneuvering around ships that move twice as fast as his and still being able to gun them down, no way.
yeah, near Automata Ace Combat crossover win.
Dude, I'm in the same boat. So,
Ooh.
got a little bit of a break, Dave, but this is all back on you.
Yep.
I'm
So
leaning towards Nim from what I know
I,
about the Star Wars universe.
I'm
Yeah.
right there with you because while the F-14 is pretty fucking rad, the Havoc is effectively a gunship. So
Yeah. It has a lot of guns. It has shields. I feel like it's a little outmatched.
yeah.
Okay. So, Aaron, I kind of want your first and foremost, I want your opinion on this because I feel like you've seen enough of Ace Combat 7 and Transformers to be able to speak unbiasedly about this.
How can I speak unbiasedly about my boy? I will
Um,
I will literally defend Starscream to the grave. He is my favorite Transformer by far, and this is one of my favorite versions of him.
yeah.
Perfect. But I am gonna ask that you turn your attention to me sharing my screen. Because I'm going to show you a highlight reel of
I'm
Starscream.
gonna stop streaming for a second. To you guys then.
Okay.
Hang on.
Gets some planes out there, dodges all the planes, flies right past them, and blows up their base. Flies through all these cramped tunnels, killing Decepticons as he goes. And he even downs a Autobot aircraft.
Wait a second. Was that Autobot not transformed but flying a plane?
Yeah, he was flying a spaceship.
He wasn't. He didn't transform into it. He was flying it.
Yep.
And is it Lupin or something? Or
No,
okay.
that's it.
Huh. Interesting. Counter argument. Starscream is not a psychopathic mute who flies an A-10.
That much is true.
So this one is actually interesting, right? Because being a Decepticon, he doesn't have to like bend himself to the rules of G forces the same way that, uh, for example, a normal pilot would.
Yes.
However, as we've previously established, I feel there definitely has to be, something to be said for Mr. X and his maneuverability and his speed.
Mm-hmm.
Paired against Starscream's maneuverability and speed. I would hate to turn this one up to a coin toss, but I think that's about where we are.
Uh,
Unless you feel that Starscream has some ineffable method of taking out Mr. X. Because if Starscream were in the Destroyer A10 configuration, then I can hear this argument.
I don't know what that means, but
Where I'm hung up personally is the Xo2 Wyvern is more technologically advanced than the
Yeah.
F-16.
Okay.
From what Dave has gone on about, he's made this plane seem like it is fucking the hottest shit on the
pretty
planet.
rad.
And both of you have talked up Mr. X as though he is a damn good pilot.
He is.
Yes.
So that's where I'm getting hung up, is that not only is Mr. X a comparable pilot to Starscream.
Rather than a coin toss, I suggest a compromise. Okay. Starscream loses because this is against the rules. But if he could transform, he might win.
Oh, okay. Easily. I'll accept that. Alrighty. Alright, you two. Personal bias is leaning me towards Gundam, but Last Starfighter, the Gunstar 1 seems pretty strong.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked about Wolf. What is the Gunstar gonna do when Camille shows up and he knows everything he does before he does it?
I mean, there is, believe it or not, the Gunstar has one option.
Yeah.
That even if Camille could predict it, it seems like literally nothing can be done to counter it, and that's the Death Blossom.
Oh, yeah.
Where it just starts spinning and shooting lasers in literally every fucking direction.
But is that a double KO?
It would leave the ship in only, what was it, life support mode. So
but
I would consider that a KO.
I would also consider that a victory if he manages to take down Camille in that form. As long as even if the ship is falling, even if as long as it's still technically in the air after the Zeta Gundam has been destroyed, I would count that.
Right.
Yes.
Even if it is falling, if it is still in the air, I would count that as a win.
Fair. Without seeing it, it's hard for me to say like what the coverage is. That he just wouldn't be able to avoid it at all.
So I'm gonna lean more towards Zeta in that case then.
Yeah. Okay.
So okay. Are we going to Zeta then?
Yeah, I could see a teenager having difficulty keeping their emotions under check, and I feel like that would be easier for Camille to pick up on.
So tell me how this F-14 takes down a Jedi Interceptor.
I don't think it... Well, so here's the interesting thing. Well, the Jedi Interceptor is pretty fucking quick. The missiles that an F-14 would use are also pretty fucking quick. So, while it would be close, I do think I still have to give it to Anakin because, after all, the F-14 would eventually run out of missiles.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, we've given like 2 straight wins to Camille for being able to predict his opponent's actions, which is literally the Jedi's whole stick.
Yep.
All right, Dave. Explain to me how Nim's gonna avoid the fucking supernova bomb.
You know, I think this is going to be the same kind of victory that got irked out between uh, Anakin's Jedi Starfighter and Noble Six's Saber. In that, yeah, if Nim could hit the Arwing, he could probably take it out, but that's a big if, because the Havoc is a lot larger of a target.
Yeah.
Arwing's tiny.
Arwing's tiny and very maneuverable. So I'm going to give it to the Arwing if it comes down to a battle of attrition.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I agree.
Up too high up. Okay. Okay, same question. How can he blah blah blah? Hold on. Does Mr. X feel emotion? Do we know?
He is actually very cool and cold and calculated through the entire thing. And pretty much the only reason that he like loses to Trigger is Trigger was just genuinely a better pilot.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the sounds of it, Mr. X obviously has a lot more experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like the ships are going to be on the level of who can pop a shot off first.
Yeah.
Right, and you fight against some drones that are based off Mr. X's flight capacity. And Aaron, you remember what a bitch those fights were?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Is there a range to Camille's abilities?
That I think we
Unclear.
tried to establish earlier.
Yeah.
Effectively, I think
It's not infinite, but it's unclear how far it goes.
Right. So I think for the sake of this dogfight, it may be worth it to say, depending on how well the other pilot can keep their own emotions and thoughts in check, is how well Camille can actually use that power.
Yeah, he's still gonna be able to predict him, but it's definitely not gonna be like as quickly as with other characters. Because
Right.
killing someone is not a neutral act, no matter how stone cold you are. But certainly, if you are more calm, like the hostility is not going to be as pronounced.
Right. So honestly, that railgun on the Xo2 Wyvern, though, I think a couple clean shots with that thing and Zeta's down.
Yeah. Uh, I don't really doubt that it can take it out with repeated attacks.
Sure.
The question is if he's going to be able to land it. And the Zeta Gundam is probably a bit bigger than the Wyvern, which
Yes.
is not necessarily a good thing, as we've established.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Size can be a downfall. If you're an easier target to hit, they don't have to try as hard.
and it's tough.
It is
Uh,
tricky. I honestly I think I gotta give it to Mr. X. It's a close fight. It's a
Yeah.
very close fight.
Like I struggle to even like decide. And
Because
like
from everything I've heard about Mr. X and the Xo2 Wyvern, I am leaning towards him. It's just judging from everything I've heard.
yeah.
So is anyone going to be too upset if I give it to Mr. X?
No.
No.
All right. Sorry, Aaron. Camille fucking climbed up like a
With
motherfucker.
verse
Oh, great. It's going to
actualization.
fucking do that shit again. Fine. I'll give it 10 million points.
Okay.
Alrighty, Dave.
Anakin versus Fox.
Anakin has a hot temper.
He
Anakin has
do.
a really hot temper, and
He's more
honestly,
liable to make mistakes. These are two ace pilots, respected for being the best in their universes.
right.
Fox Mccloud takes down things all the time that are twice as good as his ship with his lowly Arwing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he doesn't have to beat the Jedi Interceptor. He has to beat Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Master.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Jedi,
sorry.
Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
We will grant you a seat at the council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. That's definitely weighing on his mind as he fights Fox.
uh.
He's
So
getting ready to kill some younglings
he,
about it.
that is Anakin, has precognitive abilities because he's a Jedi.
Right.
Uh, he has superhuman speed and reflexes because he's a Jedi, and he has a craft optimized for him to take advantage of that. So the question is not, can Fox destroy the Jedi Interceptor? It's, can he pin Anakin down before he like loops around and shoots him in the back?
Is what I'm getting hung up on is playing so many of the Star Fox games. I've seen everything that Fox is capable of. And the R-Wings aren't necessarily the greatest ship, but if he gets a good hit on the Interceptor's down.
Right.
What I'm getting hung up on is their abilities, because they're both maneuverable as shit, from what I understand.
Yeah.
It's mostly just a who can take down who first. Well, what kind of refresh my memory? What kind of armament and defense does the Interceptor have?
What
Dave?
kind of what? Sorry.
Armament and defensive abilities. Does it have any like energy shields?
Nope.
Okay, so Fox has one up on defensive abilities. What about armament?
Armament, he's got the 2 laser guns and the 2 ion cannons. The ion cannons, from my understanding, are kind of pseudo missiles,
Okay,
kinda.
so similar armament.
Yeah, the only real countermeasure we ever see Anakin deploy in the Jedi Interceptor is he uses the twin engines to confuse 2 heat seeker missiles. But from my understanding, the Arwing doesn't have any heat seekers.
No, it mostly is just he can charge up the 2 cannons for a big shot to lock on to a target, and he has the smart bombs and just the regular 2 cannons regular shot. So
Anakin
if he
is
doesn't
also
have
assisted by an astromech droid.
True.
his
Namely R2D2.
yeah, is the way I see it. If Anakin doesn't have any sort of shield, Fox doesn't need to go big and flashy on this.
No.
A couple shots from his laser cannons will do the trick. Probably like a good shot or two, and the Interceptor's going to start taking some heavy damage. Versus Fox can tough a couple shots from the Interceptor.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Is he gonna be able to hit him though?
I mean,
Also, there's a non-zero chance that Anakin can just like reach out and grab the Arwing with the Force and just smush him.
in Revenge of the if we're taking Revenge of the Sith, Anakin didn't really have that strong of force powers yet.
right. We didn't see anything to that degree until fucking what was his name? Star Killer destroying.
Well, I mean, like, he could reach inside and, like, force choke Fox.
I don't think.
Well, we haven't seen force choke work from a distance like that, though.
Well,
Actually, we have.
Really?
Remember, Darth Vader is on a conference call
yeah,
with
yeah,
some of the
from,
fucking
like,
Oh.
an
engineers,
entire other ship.
chokes one of
True.
them out.
But
Yeah.
we don't have confirmation that Anakin has that ability in Revenge of the Sith. Do we? Does he
Well,
use it in Revenge of the Sith?
I mean,
If memory serves me right, he doesn't.
on Padme.
Oh.
yeah, we know he has it because he commits
Well,
spousal
if we're gonna
abuse with it.
take emotionally distressed Anakin versus Fox Mccloud, I wouldn't consider that Anakin being at his best.
Right.
Judging by the fact that he paid an arm and a leg for that emotional distress. Oh, sorry, 2 legs. Because it's very clear when he's distressed, he's more liable to make mistakes.
Right.
That's why he was able to beat Kenobi in A New Hope, but not in Revenge of the Sith.
Mm. That actually,
So if you wanna-
brings up an interesting question. It won't affect the tournament, but would this
Okay.
be different if it were Darth Vader?
Yes,
Maybe.
100%.
But
From what I know about Legends side of Darth Vader, he's unfucking touchable.
Effectively, kind of a force of nature is the vibe that we generally get. But Anakin Skywalker's reflexes are much better than Darth Vader's, from my understanding.
Mm.
I mean, from what I understand of the Legends side, Darth Vader only gets stronger. And the only reason that Luke canonically beats him is because of, well, Darth Vader has to fight his own son and can't
He's holding
convince him
back
to
on
kill.
Yeah.
To kill his own child. But I don't know. How I'm looking at it is Fox has dodged many a things, both in Arwing, tanks, the Type 2 Arwing, the Gyro. Like dodging bullets is no big deal for Fox. The Arwings can turn on a fucking dime too.
it.
Where I'm getting hung up is maybe it's bias coming in, but because I've seen all the Star Wars and I've read a lot of the Legends. I haven't read everything, but I've read quite a bit. Enough to hate the Disney trilogy, but Anakin is a good pilot, yes, but comparing him to Fox. Fox has like an innate talent plus plenty of experience. And I just don't I think it'd be an intense battle, but I think it's only a matter of time before Fox just lands enough hits before Anakin can. Because Anakin's going to need to land more hits than what Fox will need to. I mean, if we take Force into this, Force is... I mean, it hasn't stopped someone from being shot out of the air.
True enough.
But
are we leaning Fox then?
I am personally.
I gotta agree. I think
Yeah.
Anakin was too busy thinking about killing younglings,
I
and Fox got the upper hand.
He's just daydreaming about killing younglings, and like Fox shoots him in the back.
So this is interesting.
Huh.
Fox Mccloud versus Mr. X.
Huh. So, full disclosure.
Yeah.
Fox Mccloud made it much farther than I thought he would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Full disclosure. Mr. X made it way farther than I thought he would.
Well, I mean, this is a super advanced plane with an ace pilot,
Yes.
A lot of our problem is that a lot of these like space fighters either don't have a speed mentioned or they're kind of light on like anti like air defense. Like it seems
Yeah.
like these universes have kind of dropped the ball on like their aerial combat specs, just
Right.
Yeah.
expecting nobody would examine them compared to modern day aircraft.
Well, and even at that, like modern day, quote unquote, like the XO2 is not a real plane.
Right.
Um, but for what it is and how well it does in
And
atmosphere,
another thing is the verse universe equalization, because some of these may have been able to beat him if if they were basically functioning without uh, any uh, any equalization, but that would have
right?
taken like actual
All,
research
yeah,
to
and all the
conclude.
fun out of the competition.
Yeah, because a lot of these like modern day to like like near future planes would probably have just paled in comparison if we hadn't done any of that.
Yeah.
That said, Fox versus Mr. X. Where are we at?
So, can we confirm that chaff can in fact diffuse lasers?
I think
I
we
don't. So here's the thing about Mr. X is that he never deploys chaff or
Hmm.
flares. When you're fighting him, he just dodges your missiles.
Yeah. Because my lean on this one is it's nothing Fox hasn't dealt with necessarily before.
Okay.
Fox has been fighting ace pilots for a long time,
Sure.
and when I think about it, I'm running into the same thing I was thinking about for Anakin is I'm looking at the defensive abilities between the two.
Right.
We have Fox, who's got at least an energy shield. And then on top of that, Fox has his lasers, the ability to charge up and lock on with the lasers. Much like I assume Mr. X probably has his own sort of seeking heat-seeking missiles or something along those lines.
Yeah,
Um,
their radar lock on, but even so, he's got a railgun which he manually aims and can fucking hit you with.
yeah,
And here's the thing about that, like I said, an A10, my pretty fucking heavily armored beast of an aircraft, you go from 0 to 99% damage when he hits you once.
yeah,
After that, if he gets so much as a stray machine gun or a stray missile off on you, then you're done.
yeah,
So I think kind of same set of rules where the first railgun would be enough to take out the shield, and then a second subsequent railgun shot, which he does charge back to back,
yeah,
uh, would be enough. Granted, he would have to maneuver to be able to hit Fox while he was moving. So that kind of just becomes the question. Do we feel Mr. X can aim fast enough, or is Fox too slippery and would be able to get the upper hand?
yeah.
Because
Hmm.
Because that's the whole
honestly,
point of fighting Wolf is to test your ability to get someone off your ass and be able to dodge their shots
right.
effectively. Um, I feel like Fox has more chances than Mr. X does, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like it's Fox.
Same.
I I think Fox is
What do you think,
the
Dave?
champion.
I'm leaning that way too, honestly.
Alrighty. Fox Mccloud wins. Well then, Another tournament. Done.
Finito.
So, hang on. I found a specific GIF for a few of these in case they win, and I want to use the Fox one because it's fucking great.
Oh, good.
If you guys have a minute, you don't need to turn on audio, but please tune into my stream. In case they win.
God damn it.
Fucking great.
Jesus Christ.
He looks so happy.
Uncomfortably happy.
Oh, just that slow pan towards his face, just open mouth, puppet stare. Alrighty.
This has been fun.
So,
I hate to do this, but I gotta hit the gym and I got fucking work in the morning.
but our slides.
Yeah.
I'm prepared.
All right.
You can't
all
hang
right.
tight for just a little longer, please,
All
Dave.
right. Okay, fuck, fine.
Okay, are you going first or am I going first, Aaron?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I never really thought about who would go first.
I can go first. I'm extremely excited.
I'll explain to the viewers what it is we're doing, and then you can go first. So it's kind of even. Okay. So
Oh, it's also streaming my presentation. Okay, good.
we decided a while back as an after stream topic to rate vehicles. The rating system is going to be based on, there's going to be 3 categories. Number 1 is functionality. These are 1 to 5 ratings. Functionality, aesthetic, and memorability, like how iconic it is.
Alrighty.
And we're gonna all give each vehicle a rating, and average the ratings out, both individually and together, to see how they rate.
Alright, y'all ready for this? So this is my presentation.
I am ready.
You guys watching? You seeing this, Dave?
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, I see it.
So first, we have Kanada's bike, right, from Akira. Bike is dope as shit. The dope-ass bike from the future with over 200 horsepower, aka fast as fuck, boy. He uses this bike to outrace motorcycle gangs throughout the movie Akira. It is probably one of the most iconic bikes in
certainly
science fiction.
Sure.
I chose this one as the first one. It's vanilla. You guys are probably aware of this, but I just rated 5, so across the board. Honestly, it's a fucking great ship or great bike, great vehicle.
Okay, can someone tell me how fast 200 horsepower is?
Fuck.
So this is interesting because bikes usually aren't measured in horsepower; they're measured in cc.
True.
So let's see, 200
like 73 miles per hour. So it's not very fast, actually.
So yeah, hang on. So
is that number from the wiki or something?
Yeah, that is from the wiki.
That's funny.
Previous, let's see. Solve for CC.
So maybe in effectiveness it doesn't get a full 5. Maybe it gets like a 1 because it's not very fast at all. But 5's in the rest. Are you looking up something, Dave, or am I good to move on?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how many, yeah, because it's not like 200 horsepower for a bike is like,
Surprisingly low.
well, it's impressive when you consider that, like, hang on, yeah, that like a 2017 Ford Mustang has 300 horsepower.
Yeah.
So like pretty impressive for a bike. But again, these are usually measured in CC, and I can't find a good CC calculator.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, this is
Uh,
kind of this bike.
Okay. So for functionality, I'm gonna give it a 3
Yeah.
because I've seen him ride it. It seems pretty good. Uh, but its stats apparently don't seem to add up.
Yeah.
Uh, then
This whole fast as fuck boy is a little
aesthetic,
bit sad now.
aesthetic, I'm gonna rate it definitely 5, and memorability, I'm gonna give it a 5 because this is like the bike.
Oh yeah. All right. You wanna rate it, Dave, or am I good to move on?
You good?
Alrighty. So the Skyrunner and Earthbound.
Oh,
All right.
I get to
So,
go next.
we're doing one slide at a time. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Oh God,
otherwise
this
we're
is.
gonna be
Hang on.
here forever. For each person.
Hang on. I gotta switch over. Hang on. So I can show yours. Well, actually, you know what? I'll just leave it on mine, and if you want to see Aaron's, you go to his stream. How about that? Because that is way too much moving around.
Wow, I see how it is.
Go into your stream, Aaron.
It's so much I have to hide certain things, show certain things, and then switch all this stuff over. Ugh.
Okay. Let me just get this to the right side. There we go.
Are you rescaling it in OBS?
Yes.
Okay, if you right click and then go
Yeah.
to transform, you can hit fit to screen.
Oh, okay. Well, I got it already.
There you go.
Oh man, Aaron's a lot more
Okay.
fancy.
I'm gonna do, for my first one, I have the Type 26 Wraith, manufactured by the Covenant, and later by other Covenant Remnant factions.
Yeah.
Has a single pilot and a gunner, but the gunner is optional. You can see the dimensions there for yourself. 82 kilometers per hour, faster with the boost. It has a gravity propulsion drive that lets it float above the ground. Its primary armament is the Type 26 directed energy mortar. I I really like this. It's just
Yeah,
very
no.
cool.
I mean, It seems like it's fives across the board for me.
It
It's very
it
effective in what it's trying to do and very iconic and very memorable,
I'm
especially if you've ever played Halo.
I'm gonna give it a 4 for functionality, just because I'm not always impressed by how fast it goes. Uh,
I mean, effectively, it's a tank that moves 82 kilometers per hour, 51 miles per hour, which is
I'm gonna
pretty
give it a
fucking fast.
5 for design and a 4 for memorability, because it's very iconic, but it's not the Akira bike that people keep homaging.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, you're right with the 4 out of 5 for the memorabilia because generally when people think of Halo, they think of the Warthog.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, Dave, what's your first one?
Do either of you think I have a fucking slideshow prepared?
I don't
No.
know. You could just tell us. You told us forever ago you didn't have a slideshow prepared.
Yeah.
Fair.
I
So
just
my
did this because it
first,
was fun.
fair enough. My first is the clone hover tank.
What's that? Is that real or from a piece of fiction?
Well,
No, it's the Star Wars clone hover tank.
yeah,
Okay.
all those real hover tanks that we really have.
I don't know. I just thought it was just a fucking name. I don't know, man.
So yeah, I don't have a lot of hard factors on it. I'm sorry. I just think they fucking look cool. Um,
Let's look at
and
this thing.
It,
battle wise, they're able to take on like the droid AAT tanks. It
mm,
seems.
mm.
Oh, this thing. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember seeing that in Battlefront.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool.
I
Uh,
like it.
I would
Uh,
say they're pretty effective, so I give it a 5 there. For aesthetic, probably do a 3. Look, I don't know. That's not my favorite Star Wars ship personally,
Sure.
but memorabilia, probably about a 2. That's not immediately what I think of when I think of Star Wars vehicles, but we're picking ones we like,
yeah.
so.
It's not even the one I think of when I think of clone vehicles. For me,
I'll think of the
it's
paperclip
the
thing.
oh yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. I think of the walker that they have,
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
For me,
but
yeah, I think of the clones. It's usually the LAAT, the Republic gunship.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, for bringing a somewhat obscure vehicle to bear, I think the clone hover tank is a pretty cool option.
Oh yeah.
Um, Alrighty. For my number 2, I chose the Skyrunner from Earthbound. Skyrunner is a marvel invented by Dr. Andonuts. It's basically a UFO that can reach anyone telepathically and take you to their location. His ability to traverse space and time, aka fucking cool. Um, it doesn't really have a speed. It's only used twice in Earthbound. It's used once for Jeff to rescue the party members in Earthbound, and again to send the main party back in time, back in time to defeat Gygus, the main villain. But yeah, it's this cool little thing. It's super dinky looking. I love it. For aesthetics, I give it a 4. It's not gleaming with anything amazing, but when I think of Earthbound, this is like all like it makes you sit through and stare at this thing for 5 minutes. So I can't help but remember this thing.
There.
For effectiveness, I'd have to give it a 2 because every time you use it, it crashes and gets blown up. Actually, that's probably a 1. Well, no, 2 because it still does its job. It gets you where you want to go, but it just doesn't land.
Mm.
For memorabilia,
Rememberability.
yeah. I give it a 4 again. It's a pretty big part of Earthbound. It was kind of detrimental to the end and a big part of Jeff's story arc. So, but
I'm
yeah,
gonna give it a 2 for function, 3 for appearance, pretty much right in the middle, and then I'm gonna give it a 3 for memorability because I didn't play Earthbound and I've never heard of it before.
fair enough. All right, Aaron, go ahead with your second slide.
Okay. Boop. Okay. My second vehicle is the Questoris pattern Imperial Knight, manufactured by the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Forces of Chaos. It is piloted by a single knight. So the knight is the machine, but also the guy inside is a knight. And then his machine spirit, which is depending on who you ask, either a artificial intelligence that runs the machine or the machine's like actual soul.
All right.
wasn't able to I wasn't able to get a lot of solid stats on it. It's definitely burning some kind of chemical fuel, judging by those exhaust pipes. So it most likely runs on a Prometheum engine, since it's from the Imperium of Man.
Right.
Adamantium armor plating and ion shields. And it has a vast array of weapons that I will not list. But
You did list in this line.
I will not list in the audio.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, go ahead and give us your rating on it.
Okay. Functionality. Uh, there is kind of a big debate on how functional walkers actually are as combat vehicles. I'm gonna give it a 4 because it is a dominating force on any battlefield it appears on in canon. And then for aesthetic, I'm gonna rate it a 5. There's a reason why I play this army.
Right.
And it is not
Fair
because
enough.
they were good when I picked them up. And it's not a super iconic design, but I don't think it's forgettable, so I'm gonna give it a 3 for that.
Hell yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, to me, it sounds well. Obviously, I'm very bipartial to walking battle tanks, so I'm going to give it a 5 in effectiveness. Because of I'm biased. Fuck you. Metal Gear is the greatest thing ever. And it's a walking battle tank, so I already love it. Aesthetic 5. Memorabilia, I'd probably give it a 2 because that's not generally what I think of when I think of the Imperium of Man. And I've never seen this before, but I'm never gonna forget it now. But yeah. All right, Dave, give us your number 2.
The Battlefield 3 skid loader. Now, this was one I mentioned and I brought up earlier that this does technically exist, but its application in the Battlefield 3 games, I think, is what makes it stand out.
Okay, I'm looking up a photo of this.
All right.
Oh,
Because you can get a 4-man squad on one of these things and just go to fucking town on a server.
All right. 10 out of 10.
Oh, no, and you are vulnerable to everything. One
I've
rocket, you're
seen
down.
I've seen
One-
memes of people writing these.
One mine, you're down.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for being a piece of construction equipment that you can commandeer for combat, it's pretty fucking awesome.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'd have to aesthetic 5. I love it. Everything about it, I'm loving. Memorabilia 5 because I've seen this in a lot of memes, and this is the only way I recognize Battlefield 3. Effectiveness, I'm probably gonna have to give it a 1 because it does not look effective in any way, shape, or form in combat.
Oh, no, again, you're getting slaughtered as soon as
Yeah.
you mount this thing.
I'm gonna give
But-
it a 1 for function, a 4 for aesthetic because it's hilarious, and I'm gonna give it a 3 because I've never seen it before, but it's it's gonna be pretty funny for a while, I think.
Yes.
Alrighty, you guys ready for my number 3?
Yeah.
I chose 2B's flight unit. Wow, we just spoke about this, but guess what? I get to talk about the transforming side of it. So it transforms from a jet to a mech. The mech side has much more abilities, and I focused on those since I figured we already would talk about this in the stream. But it has homing missiles, machine guns, obviously, both in jet and non-jet form, and then a giant laser shot. I already told you this before, but it's used to traverse between space and Earth. It is fucking great, and I love it. It is fucking awesome. It's tiny, and it is also fucking dope as hell. I love this thing. Has a lot of abilities, and you feel like a badass when you're piloting one of these because you're dodging bullets and cutting bullets out of the air with your weird ass sword that you see poking out the front of it. But yeah, so for aesthetic, I give it a 5 because I love everything about it. It transforms from a jet to a mech. I love it. Effectiveness, 5, does everything it needs to do, and it doesn't crash when it lands, and does insane amounts of damage. And then for memorabilia, I'd say probably a 3 or 4 because it's not immediately what you think of when you think of Nier Automata. But yeah. Aaron?
I'm gonna give it a 4 for function, because I don't see anything wrong with it. But I've never seen it in action, and I don't see. I just don't see it being like amazing, like top score amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 3 for aesthetic. I like it, but without having played the game and seen it in action, just not sure about this thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna give it a 3 as well for memorability because I have not seen it outside of you talking about it.
Fair enough.
So
I am a little
doesn't-
obsessed with this game
It
series.
doesn't
So.
stand out from other things in Nier Automata that I've seen, like through cultural osmosis.
Fair enough. All
Although,
right, Aaron, go ahead with your number 3 whenever you're ready. Oh, if you got more to say, go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything. Hold on. Boop. 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 Okay. My number 3 pick is the UD4 Cheyenne dropship.
With a GIF and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you have to see this thing do its thing to understand what this thing is.
Uh-huh.
It unfolds this is from Aliens, if anybody has not realized this. Uh, it is apparently insanely fast.
Yeah, Mach 9.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And it is armed to the teeth with all kinds of rockets.
Well,
For,
I mean, it's from the Colonial Marine Corps, so I would assume so.
for everyone at home, Mach 9 is about how fast the Cazadors in Fallout New Vegas move.
He's not lying.
So yeah, it's weird. Like, look at this unfolding
yeah.
motion. Uh, for function, it on paper, like the stats that they want you to believe, it's a 4 or a 5. But this like folding thing seems like a disaster waiting to happen. So I'm gonna give it a
Yep.
3. Uh, for its appearance, I like it. I think the folding looks a little silly in addition to being a little weird. So I'm gonna give it a 3. And then I do think it's pretty memorable, so I'm gonna give it a 4 because it did appear in one of the most famous movies of all time.
True. Yeah, honestly, I'm in about the same boat as you. So I'd honestly rate it the same. It's very functional and it's very iconic, and honestly, love the design. Give it a 5 for the design though. Deserves it. It folds out.
I totally agree with you because you can even see how the ship canters to the port side as the first one deploys and the weight shifts
Yeah.
with all those missiles. Like, yeah, that would be a nightmare to design.
I'm not even sure what purpose this serves. Like, why they can't just be out.
Yep.
Ugh, gotta love it. All right, Dave, what's your number 3?
The TF2 bomb cart.
Oh,
I know
classic.
it's not a vehicle in the traditional sense, but it does have wheels, and pretty hard to argue that it's not memorable.
Oh yeah. No, very memorable.
Functionality, it's a giant bomb strapped to a cart. I don't know what you want. Aesthetic,
Oh yeah.
though, very, very recognizable.
How?
Yeah, aesthetic, memorability, and aesthetic definitely 5s. Effectiveness, I'd probably give it like a 3 because in real life that shit would not work.
How
It's
big
on
of
a
an
track.
explosion would this have?
It it is worth mentioning during the Serbian conflict, they did the like rebels
I know
loaded.
Discord cut that out, but I want you to know I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed audibly when you mentioned the Serbian war because I'm thinking of TF2 taking I'm imagining TF2 characters in the Serbian war, and it just made me done with life.
Anyway, Serbian rebels loaded up a rail car full of TNT and strapped a landmine to the like front docket thing and pushed it down the hill towards the enemy.
Uh-huh.
I could not find any data on like what happened. That's just kind of like a spark note thing.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
Alrighty, you guys ready for my number 4?
Yes.
Sure.
Baul. So Baul is a flying elemental spirit from the game Tales of Vesperia. He is the god of air and is the main use of traversal in Tales of Vesperia. He's
Huh.
basically a giant dragon with the ability to control the fucking skies. And yeah, he's literally a god, and he's just on your team, and you just ride him around, and he fucking just wrecks shit constantly in the game. He fires this giant blast of energy at enemies. It's fucking great.
I would
Just
say a dragon's not a vehicle, but we did just do a review of a cart with a bomb on it, so I'll let it
yeah.
pass.
Hey,
We're stretching some definitions here. It's fine.
hey, it doesn't have any combat use in the game. He is exclusively used as a ship, so I don't want to hear it. Just because it happens to be living doesn't mean jack shit. But yeah, no, he's fucking great. He's basically just like a big he's a big character throughout the entire series as well. Not necessarily in his dragon form because he turns into his godly spirit form later on. But
Sure.
yeah. So for just fives across the board. He's iconic for not just Tales of Vesperia, but the entire Tales of series. Because whenever they reference the God of Air, they were referencing this character. Um, Not only that, but he's a fucking dragon. Dragons are sick as shit. Uh,
I
so yeah, and
agree.
he's very effective. And when he wants to, he can fucking wreck shit because he's the god of air. So yeah, fives
You know,
across the damn board for me.
you know, hashtag not a scaly, but if I could be anything, I would be a dragon.
Oh fuck.
Maybe don't say that live. Oh god, I'm gonna have to clip that. That was fucking great. Not a scaly, but if I could be anything, I'd be a dragon. Love that. 10 out of 10. Highlight from this stream. Alright, Aaron, can you give me your ratings? What do you think?
Oh yeah. Function. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give it fives. Cause you know what? I don't know anything about Tales of Vesperia, but like that's a pretty fucking rad dragon, and I almost want to check it out now.
It's a great game. Highly recommend it. We played it. Remember we played it together.
Did we?
Oh, but you just hadn't gotten that far. That's right. Yeah, me, you, and
Oh.
Ash all played it together.
Oh
It was that
yeah, yeah,
four-player
yeah.
RPG game that I got you for the 360.
Oh, I thought that was Tales of something else, but oh well.
Nope, that was Tales of Vesperia.
But yeah, we definitely didn't get to know Giant Dragon that totes us around. You should have given me that as a carrot.
I didn't think about it at the time,
Oh well. All right.
but
My turn.
yeah, your turn.
Okay. All right. Mine number 4 is the Type 66 Maser Cannon. It's manufactured by the JSDF as an anti-kaiju weapon. They use these against Godzilla all the dang time. Doesn't do jack or shit.
I'm aware.
Uh,
I love that it doesn't do jack nor shit, and yet they continue to use it.
yeah. I
Welcome
mean,
to the world of Godzilla.
it's a little distracting for him, I guess.
Sure.
But like, yeah, I don't know what you do when you're constantly being hassled by Godzilla. Cause like, on one hand, like, yeah, you're like not able to stop him. But on the other
According to
hand,
Hideki
like,
Anno, you just pump him full of liquid nitrogen.
well, yeah. That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It is apparently powered by a small nuclear reactor. And it is basically just a big gun on some wheels pulled by a tractor.
All right.
I kind of love it. It's really janky. Like, can you imagine using these against something other than Godzilla.
Right. For function, I'd have to give it a 1, though. Just saying. Function, it's a 1. Aesthetic, I'll give it a 4. I like it. For memorability, um, probably like a 2 or a 3. It's not immediately what I think of when I think of Godzilla. Like, it kind of gets overshadowed by, the giant monsters. Or,
Mm-hmm.
when the humans, I think of, like, Mecha Godzilla instead. But that's just me personally.
Fair. I'm gonna give it a 2, just on the assumption that if they were fighting something that's not an unstoppable death monster, it would do better. Uh, I'm gonna give it a 4 because it's such a intriguing concept to me. Uh, for the aesthetic, I love like janky like, oh, let's just strap a big gun to it type vehicles. And then for memorability, I'm gonna give it a 3 because you're right, it's not the most memorable thing from Godzilla, but like
It's hard to
I
compete with
yeah,
the titular Godzilla himself.
yeah, and I always think of these guys when I think of like trying to ward off giant monsters. Though I watch those movies on the regular, so maybe I'm not the best judge.
Fair. All right, Dave, what's your number 4?
Damn.
The Zoid Liger Zero.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing, yeah.
So
It's
hello to
classic.
everyone in chat who just remembered that these existed.
The 3 Zoid fans in chat.
I remember I never had any of these toys, but my neighbor
Oh,
in one of the
Yeah,
places I grew
I
up did.
never had any of the toys either, but I really
always
wanted
wanted
them.
one.
Oh, dude, I was so fucking envious of him. I was like, God fucking damn you.
Oh, this is fucking classic. 5s
Yeah.
across the board. It is effective, it is memorable, and it's fucking beautiful.
I don't remember what happened to the Zoids series, but I kind of wish it would make an epic,
I
just left field
Same.
comeback.
I don't think it was like canceled or anything. I think the series is like concluded and then they didn't make more is all.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know why they decided not to do anything with it, but I don't think
Well,
it like had an incomplete end like so many of our other like famous franchises.
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Uh
Alrighty, you got. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
oh yeah, I'm gonna give it uh I am gonna give it 5s across the boards too. That just triggers too many nostalgic memories for me to vote it with any fairness.
Same. All right, you guys ready for my number 4?
Yeah,
Sure.
your number
All
5, you
right.
mean?
Or 5, yeah. My number 5. So, number 5 is the hoverboard from Tales of Berseria. It's an optional vehicle. It's like a giant tombstone you just fucking skate around on. There is like nothing for this. It moves faster than your base running speed, and it is like end game vehicle. Um but yeah, it's awesome and I like it, so fuck you. Um for effectiveness, its purpose is to help you get from point A to point B faster, and it does that, so I give that a 5. Memorability, it's not very memorable, because if you don't beat the game, you'll never see it. So probably have to give it like a 2. But aesthetic, 5, because I love the idea of some gothic stripper bitch riding around on a gravestone that hovers.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna give it 2 4s and a 2.
All right.
I'm just gonna downgrade yours just slightly.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Aaron. Give us your next one.
Okay. My next one is the Bane Blade Super Heavy Tank. Manufactured by the Adeptus Mechanicus of the Imperium of Man. It is operated by 10 guardsmen. It weighs 316 tons.
There is not
Jesus.
a bridge on this planet that can support this.
Fuck.
It cruises along at 25 kilometers per hour or 15 miles per hour.
Yeesh.
It's about 13.5 meters long, 8.4 meters wide, and 6.3 meters tall. So that's about 44, 27, and 20 feet respectively. So it is a chunky beast of a war machine. It is made of some
Hi.
unknown steel alloy and has adamantium tracks. And
Well, there you go.
its primary armament is the Mega Battle Cannon, which actually shoots basically rockets.
All right.
Uh, they're like a hybrid of like a cannon and a rocket, which gives it like this ridiculous range. And it has a demolisher cannon, which is like what would happen if you sized up a shotgun to be the size of a battle cannon. And
Hell yeah.
it's just armed to the teeth with other shit as well.
Nice.
But I'm not
Fuck
gonna
yeah.
list them all.
Fair enough, because that would take a while. um, but yeah, no, I mean, aesthetically, I'll probably give it a 3 because it still looks like a normal tank, but when you compare your size to it, you're like, damn, that's big. A big tank. Memorability, probably gonna keep it at a 3 because I've never seen this thing before and I don't know what else to rate it. But function sounds pretty dope, so I'm gonna give it a 5.
Hmm. I'm gonna give
Did I
it
lose you guys?
a.
Oh, no,
I'm
there you
gonna
are.
give it a. I'm gonna give it a 4 for functionality because it is quite slow. Uh, and it's super heavy, which I know can cause issues with tanks. But it is just devastating if it doesn't like fall off a bridge or something.
Right.
And then for aesthetic, I'm also gonna give it a 4 because you're right, it is just a big tank, but I like big tanks, and I cannot lie. And
Jesus.
this is the tank I think of when I think of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna give it a 5 for memorability.
Fair enough.
Were you gonna say something, Dave?
I was just gonna say, can you imagine trying to fucking upright this thing if
Oh
it like
yeah,
slides down an embankment and tips over?
I
Jesus.
I don't even know how you do that with like without some kind of heavy equipment.
You would need like an industrial fucking like you would effectively need another one of these to just push it back over.
Get the Imperial Knight from before to help push it out.
Right. All
Brother,
right.
I am flipped here.
I am flipped.
All right, Dave. Give us your number 5.
My last one is the Clone Arc 170. Because it's
Clone Arc
honestly
ones.
just an
Ooh.
awesome fucking dogfighting craft that you only get to see like once
Oh
in the
yeah.
like Star Wars movies, but I wanted to see more shit with these because they were awesome.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I always thought these were
Yeah.
cool. These weren't really in the TV show either, were they?
Not really, no.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, for aesthetic, I have to give it a 5 because it looks cool as shit. Functionality, I don't know, but I assume it does its job because it's a Star Wars ship and they generally do what they're built for, unless
Yep.
they're shit.
Unless
Does-
they're
But so I'll
does
give it a 5
TIE
there. Memorability, I'm gonna give it a 1 because I've never fucking heard of this thing, and you just told me it was only used once, so
Uh,
Yeah, you only ever see it once, and like that fucking bums me out because it's an awesome craft.
I'm gonna give it 4 for function and 4 for aesthetic. I really
Okay.
like it, but it's not a home runner for me.
Sure.
I'm gonna give it a 3 because I always wanted to fly one of these when I was a kid. When I
Yeah.
saw the movie.
you said that was your last one, right, Dave?
Yeah, that's my last one.
Alrighty. So, my next one is the fuck. I'm gonna try
Let,
Spell
lads,
Tiger.
I have to go. Like, I'm sorry.
All right,
You can go
you
now.
finished up. You can go.
You
Cheers.
finished your
Um,
list, so
cheers.
that's the most we can
Yeah,
ask of you.
yeah. We'll catch y'all next time.
Get some good sleep, my man.
You know me. Cheers.
Cheers. But yeah, the Spell Tiger. This is Travis Touchdown's bike from No More Heroes. It's his main vehicle he uses to move around. And I like it, and it's cool. And I tried to throw in a little sunglasses emoji. So yeah, it's fucking awesome. I love it. I mean, it's just a motorcycle. But it's like the main motorcycle, that you always have a motorcycle in any of the No More Heroes games. And this is just from the first one, but I don't know. It always stuck out to me because it's this honking ass wide bike.
Yeah, it looks really wide.
Um, in the game, it controls like complete shit, but you look cool driving it. So aesthetic, I have to give it a 5. Functionality, I have to give it a 2 because of how enraging it is to drive this thing. Memorability, well, I would give it a 4. I'd say, it's one of the more memorable things about No More Heroes. Next to the beam katana itself.
Mm. I'm
But yeah,
gonna defer to you on this one.
all right,
I'm gonna copy your scores because I can't tell much about its function just by looking at it. It just looks like a bike.
fair enough.
Uh, it does look pretty cool though.
Hell yeah. All right, Aaron, let's see your 6th one.
Okay, for my 6th one, I have the MSO6 Zaku 2 by Zeonic Company in the Principality of
Ah,
Zeon.
the mass fucking manufactured Gundam.
Yeah. This is the
I mean, it was mass manufactured for a reason, to be fair.
this is the first mobile suit to be deployed on a massive scale. The Zaku 1 was essentially a prototype. It did see combat, but they really ramped it up after the Zaku 2 finished development. This came in before the Gundam.
Yeah. The titular
Where
Gundam.
the Gundam was the Federation's answer to Zeon's Zaku.
Yeah, no, I mean,
33 metric tons and
fuck.
57 feet tall. Uh,
They're fucking big honking
but
boys.
funny enough, that's still less than the Bane blade.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And it can go pretty fast, like
Oh yeah.
surprisingly fast.
Remember, these ones weren't. No, yeah, these ones were main space use as well. That's right.
yeah. They work perfectly well in ground combat, but they were designed to fight in space.
Seen a million of those playing Mobile Suit Battle too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty iconic as far as Gundam goes, next to the titular Gundam itself.
Yeah. I think that's the only thing more iconic than the Zaku is the actual Gundam. So I'm gonna give it a 5. I really like this kind of stormtrooper as mech design that it has going on.
Right.
I love the mono eye. It just lends it this eerie quality for an enemy mobile suit. Uh, yeah, I'm a big fan of it, so it's gonna get a 5 for that too. Functionality, you know, the Zaku was the first mobile suit to see widespread combat, and it continues to see combat for basically the entire Universal Century.
Yeah.
Uh, but it's also like pretty primitive by mobile suit standards, even by the end of the 1 Year War. So I'm gonna give it a 4.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat, honestly. Same scores. It's as iconic as you can get to Gundam without it being the Gundam.
Right.
But all right, you ready for my seventh one?
Yep.
So for my seventh one, I chose Skull Knight's horse.
Is a
Because it's
horse a
fucking awesome.
vehicle?
Is it a horse? Is it a vehicle in D&D? You need
Maybe.
proficiency in ground vehicles in order to be able to ride a horse in D&D. So I figured that was close enough. And you got pretty loose with the rules, so I don't want to hear it.
When did I get loose with the rules?
It was in the Discord. It was a
You
while
mean I
ago.
set the rules loosely? I thought
Remember
you
which
meant
was
I thought you meant like I had brought forward a vehicle that was loose with the rules.
no. Just that the initial rules that were set up pretty loose. So,
Mm.
um, but anyways, it's an undead horse. Has the ability to traverse between the physical and astral plane.
Is that
So,
is that the horse's ability or is that Skull Knight though?
we'll never know and we'll never find out. So you can't prove me wrong. Ugh. But no, it's whenever I think of Skull Knight, he's never off the horse. So I would classify this as iconic to Berserk as anything with how big of a role that Skull Knight ends up playing in the story. Every time you see him, he's on the horse, and it's just like it's so menacing. Oh, I love it. So 5 for aesthetic, 5 for memorability. Function, I mean, it's a horse. It gets Skull Knight from point A to point B fairly fucking quick, if I do say so myself. So I'd have to give it a 5.
Hmm.
5s across the board. I'm not biased. Fuck you.
5's all the way down.
Hell yeah.
Uh, uh, I mean, yeah, I can go for that. You make some good
Most iconic
points.
vehicle in Berserk.
We're giving a lot of really high scores, but this is for fun.
Yeah, this is for fun. You asked me to pick my favorite ones, so how can I not? I mean, minus some joke ones that I threw in, like the floating gravestone. I like it, but it's stupid.
All
All right,
Are you
let's see
ready
your
for
next
my
one,
next
Lauren.
one?
Hell yeah.
All right, my next one is the Saiyan Space Pod. It's a one passenger ball that flies through space.
Hell yeah. Classic.
Doesn't
Mass question mark power supply question mark unknown faster than light.
This thing,
Unslowed landing capable from orbit.
yeah, so they don't land these things, they crash them on purpose, and they're always fine.
True.
They just create these huge craters, they just boom. Like, the only time they don't do that is when they land on their own bases, and they still don't actually land them. They crash them into, like trampolines, basically, that, like, make it so that they don't create a mess.
True.
I just find hilarious that they're just like, what is landing? Fuck landing. Just smash.
Such a Saiyan slash Viltrumite thing, too.
In addition to the Saiyans who invented this thing, the Frieza Force is also known to use them,
Yeah.
as they are the Saiyans are a under race of the Frieza Force, a
Yeah.
partner of the Frieza Force.
Unknown.
They're allies, but the Frieza Force is in charge.
Yeah.
More or
I mean,
less.
yeah. It's pretty iconic. I'd have to give it a 5 there. As for aesthetic, I'm probably gonna give it between do 3.5 because it is stupid looking, but it's pretty forgettable because it just looks like a giant Pokeball. Um,
It is just a ball.
functionality, I mean, it does as intended, but it's just crash land. So I'm gonna have to give.
Okay,
It loses a point for that. I have to give it a 4 for that one.
so I'm gonna remind you here that it took the Saiyans a year to get to Earth, and they
Yeah.
spent it all sitting in this thing.
Yeah.
They
Do
do
not want
that.
to.
They do that on a regular basis.
God.
They put
Let's get
babies in here.
there. Yeah, I know. They put baby Goku in there and hopes he would destroy Earth. Like, what
So
the fuck's literal baby gonna do?
I'm gonna give it a 3 because I don't want to do decimal point numbers for aesthetic, and I'm gonna give it a tentative 2 for function because it just seems miserable and it creates a huge mess.
There. All
But
right, you ready for my next?
this
Oh,
is
go ahead.
one of my funnest ones, I think.
Okay. Well, I haven't gotten to one of the other joke. I have another joke one in here somewhere. I haven't gotten to it quite yet. But my next one is Fenrir, Cloud Spike from Advent Children. It holds all his fucking swords and it's awesome. It goes zoom zoom. Um, it's just fucking great. It defies gravity and physics. What more could you not want out of it?
What more could you not want?
What more could you want out of it? But yeah, as for aesthetic, 5. I love this fucking thing. Function, 5. It does. Not only is it a motorcycle that goes fast, but it holds all of Cloud's swords. So it is great. Um, and then memorability, like 5. Like this is it is on the cover of Advent Children for both Blu-ray and DVD release. So 5s across the board here. What about you,
Fair
Aaron?
enough. Okay, my next one. Bibbidi boobidi. Mechagodzilla. The first one.
Oh, the stubbiest of stubs.
He was created by the Black Hole Planet 3 aliens, who are like ape men from space. Crew himself.
Yeah.
He is 50 meters, or about 160 feet tall, and weighs 40,000 metric tons. And
Jesus.
he can fly at Mach 5, apparently.
Good God.
We should have had Mecha Godzilla in our tournament.
Right?
He also has all kinds of like laser beams and shit.
God. Yeah, I forgot about all those.
Finger
No, yeah.
missiles.
Oh, the finger missiles. Those are great.
He can spin his head really fast and it creates an energy shield. And
So, real quick, sorry to interrupt you, but I got breaking news. Berserk is continuing.
wow.
Yeah, it just popped up on my phone. Berserk is continuing on the 24th of this month. Mura left the whole story with his assistants. The whole story. And they are going to finish it.
Why did they wait so long to tell us?
I don't know, but this is the greatest fucking news I've ever heard.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited. That sounds
Hell yeah.
I'll
I
have
was
to
so depressed about that for so long.
we literally just got done saying how we'll never know something about Berserk.
Right? Fuck yeah. But anyway, sorry, continue with Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, I mean that's about it.
All right. If I had to rate it, appearance 5. It's a fucking massive unit. He's a chunky boy. I love him. Effectiveness, probably like a 3 because he doesn't always kill Godzilla. He puts up a good fight. Well, we'll bump that up to a 4. He puts up a good fight, but he never wins. Because he's villain. And anime plot. As for memorability, 5 is definitely one of the most memorable Godzilla villains.
You see, I faked you out. I was gonna be like, ah, the Mazor, it's my Godzilla thing, because I have to have a Godzilla thing. But
Oh
no,
yeah.
it's Mecha Godzilla.
Uh,
He's the best
all right,
vehicle because he's Godzilla.
fair enough. All right, I don't think you're ready for my next one.
Am I not ready?
No, you're not ready. I've told you a little bit about this, but I'm going to go more in depth now.
Uh-oh.
Um, because he was in our mech tournament, and I didn't go super in depth then. And thinking back, I really regretted it. But Dime a Dollar, this wonky looking thing, is a mech. I don't remember the name of the pilot, but the mech's name is Dime a Dollar.
Yeah.
Show from the same name. Its power is entirely based on how sexually turned on the pilot is. In the first episode, the pilot is starting to lose, and he starts to succeed because he plays with his co-pilot's boobs when he's fighting the army of boner penguins.
The boner penguin.
I was really hoping Dave would be here for this, but he's not, and it makes me really sad. But yeah, so that's Dime a Dollar.
Well, I mean, he said he wanted the stream pod, so he'll have to watch it back.
Yep. Oh, but yeah, this is Dime a Dollar.
Oh,
I wanted to
wow.
put it on here specifically for your guys' reaction.
What is he from again?
Dime a Dollar.
Oh, right.
The show's just called Dime a Dollar. If you're looking for a good laugh, I recommend watching it because it is unbelievable.
Is this?
It's not as bad as High School DxD.
Okay.
If I had to
I've
rank
never
it,
seen that, but
you're probably aware that it's
yeah.
pretty.
I know how it's supposed to be, but I don't
I've-
have first-hand knowledge.
To be fair, I've only seen the first episode because I couldn't tolerate a second episode.
Uh-huh.
Because of how outlandish it is.
Mm.
It is very outlandish. So if it gets worse after the second episode, not my fault. Because I didn't watch anything after the first episode.
Well, I'm not gonna watch it, so.
Alrighty. But yeah,
I feel
for
like They're
Heck, I have to
easy
give it a
ways to
1
get
because it is
points.
ugly. Yeah. For aesthetics, I have to give it a 1 because it's ugly as sin. For
Mm.
function, I have to give it a 3 because it is surprising how it fucking works. For memorability, I would give it a 5 because that thing haunts my nightmares.
Yeah. It's like reverse memorability.
Exactly.
I'm gonna give it a 2 because I don't think it's the worst mech I've ever seen, but it isn't very good either.
I mean, the bulky left hand speaks for itself. This is clearly a left-handed mech.
Yes. I get the joke, so I'm not gonna dock it points for trying to make a joke, I guess. Uh, Functionality, I guess I'll trust you and I'll go the same. Because I've never seen it in action, and it doesn't look like it would be bad, like in a fight, really. Like it looks
Fair.
fine as far as that goes. Not optimal, but fine. And then memorability, the concept is pretty memorable. I'm not sure I'll remember the design, so I'm gonna give it a
Yeah.
3.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's see your next one.
Okay, my next one is the AHG-24 Banshee Tactical Strike Aircraft. Manufactured by the Terran Dominion from StarCraft 2. Is piloted by a single pilot. It's driven by a pair of twin turbofans. It's equipped with a cloaking device, and it fires anti-ground backlash missiles.
All right. Pretty solid, pretty solid. For aesthetics, I give it a 5 because I like the design. For function, it seems very functional to me. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't really remember it because whenever I played StarCraft, neither you nor I
This is from
used
StarCraft
humans.
2, so
Yeah, I only played StarCraft 2 like once, man.
yeah.
And even then, neither of us played
Oh,
the humans. I know you and your Zerg, and you know me and my Protoss.
yes.
Um, but for memorability, I probably have to give it like a 2 because I've never seen this, but I won't forget it. And I don't necessarily think of it when I think of StarCraft. So
Mm, mm. Yeah, I thought it would be more interesting than some of the more iconic things like the battle cruiser and stuff.
yeah,
I didn't think any of the Zerg counted as vehicles, so I didn't use those.
fair, fair.
Uh,
Ah,
I give it about the same score that you do. It's cool and it works good.
fair enough.
It's not sure how good a vehicle would be uh, when it's essentially a helicopter with two blades on the side.
Yeah,
But I'm not gonna dock it points because I don't know how planes work.
fair enough. Fair enough. All right, you ready for my last one?
Uh-huh.
I don't think you're ready for this one either. So this is the Hello Kitty mecha. There's like no information on this because it was promotional mech that appeared in the crossover with Gundam. Is powered
Okay.
by Hello Kitty's cuteness and her friendship with Gundam, and therefore it is completely unbeatable. It is the strongest mech in existence and is powered by Hello Kitty.
It's
Yeah,
it's
it's
friend.
fucking great.
When you say friendship with Gundam, do you mean the Gundam, the universe Gundam, the
Go
cast
no,
of Gundam?
I think it was just the Gundam, like the Mobile Suit
I'm
Gundam. I don't remember which exact one it was, and I regret not putting it down. But it was there because there's very limited information on this. Very, very limited. I have not seen the crossover. I would love to watch
well,
it.
will Hello Kitty just be friends with anything?
Well, yeah.
Is that how this works?
Have you not seen Hello Kitty?
No, I have not. Does
That's how Hello Kitty works.
it just does it gain the properties of whatever it's friends with?
No, that's just because it's Gundam. Hello
Uh,
Kitty had a Gundam set aside and
oh,
hopped in. Hello
I
Kitty had her own
see.
mobile suit and hopped in her mobile suit
Okay.
to go assist Gundam.
That-
Fives across the board. All of it fives. Because this is very memorable. Because
oh yeah.
fucking Hello Kitty is one of the most iconic creatures on this planet. And you mix it with Gundam and boom. Double. As for
Double.
effectiveness, are you kidding me? It can't be beaten. Alright, you don't get much more effective than that. Alright, it saved the titular Gundam. Alright. Or so I'm saying because I didn't watch the promotional video because I can't find it. Um uh and yeah. I mean, what is there else to say? It's the fucking Hello Kitty Gundam. But yeah, I was saving this one as a joke. I was really hoping to get your guys's
Oh yeah.
first initial thoughts and reactions to the Hello Kitty mech.
It was pretty funny.
Couldn't throw it in the mech tournament because, well, fucking it can't be beat. It's fucking Hello Kitty, man. You can't kill Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty kills you.
That's another
But yeah.
clippable line. Hello Kitty kills you. Okay.
But yeah, so what? So go ahead and rate Hello Kitty.
Oh yeah. Um, I find it very difficult to rate.
I know,
Uh, it.
basking in its glory. It's so hard.
You're right. It's definitely iconic because how long has Hello Kitty been around? Like a long time, right? It's a very enduring
Fuck.
property.
I want to say the
Uh,
50s.
and it's so absurd that I can't. I'm
Nope.
never
No,
gonna.
first appearance was March 1975, but was officially created in 74.
Still.
Yeah, Hello Kitty has stayed very popular for its entirety.
Uh, yeah, I doubt I'm gonna forget this crossover because it's pretty random.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
All right, show us your last. How many more do you have left?
I have a bunch left, but we can leave it off on the next one. Just because I don't want
Okay,
to be doing them like in perpetuity. I just got as many as I could think of.
fair enough. I figured 10 was just a good round number to leave it at.
Yeah. My next one is the Adeptus Astartes Land Raider. It's a tank, but also it's a transport.
All right.
It's manufactured by the Adeptus Mechanicus, as well as the Forces of Chaos. It can run with only 2 crew members, but it can carry up to 12 additional Space Marines. Uh, its machine spirit is particularly strong-willed to the point where if the crew is killed, it will continue to fight without them.
All right.
It's pretty big at 10 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 4 meters tall. Weighs
Not bad.
72 tons.
Jesus Christ.
Goes 55 kilometers per hour.
Fast enough to run over school children.
And its armor is layered ceramite and adamantium. Ceramite being a sort of ceramic material that Space Marines plate their armor and vehicles with. That
Right.
disperses force and radiation and heat.
Hell yeah.
It has a pair of twin las cannons, one on each side.
Let's see those.
And a heavy bolter on the top. It is mainly a troop transport, however.
All right.
Yeah. For
I think this is one I actually kind of recognize. It looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen this before.
yeah. For old school Space Marine fans, this is definitely a big one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 4 for memorability. For aesthetic, I'm gonna give it a 4 as well.
Fair.
Functionality, it seems really tough, but I kind of wish Kodiak was here because I think he'd have a lot to say about this like slab of a machine.
Right.
The sides are very flat, which I'm told is not a good way to design armor.
Yeah,
The
because
primary weapons being on each side mean they can almost never fire at the same thing.
yeah.
So I'm gonna dock it a few points for all that stuff. I'm gonna put it at a 3.
Honestly, I'm on the same page. It looks cool, but there are some design flaws with it, yeah. But yeah, no, overall, I mean, solid list. How many more do you even have out of curiosity?
I think I have 16.
16? Okay. It's not bad. I can try to come up with 6 more and add them. But
Yeah, we can worry about that, some other time.
yeah, it is getting late though, and I have work in the morning, so I'm gonna hop
Yeah,
off.
same.
All right, I'll catch you later,
All
man.
right. Yeah, I'll see you later. See all you guys in the stream. uh, Next time.
All right, peace, man.
Okay.